Michael Horsley,
Neil Starr,
Henry Coe,
Archie Sam,
Ashley Coleman,
David Evans,
Derek Coulson,
Alex Small,
Jack Twill,
Jack Aldridge, Scott Taylor,
Scott Robertson.
maybe less.
Oh,
special!
Jack Aldridge.
It would be great to do it tonight, obviously, so we'll see how it goes.
Perfect day here yesterday as Archie Self eyes the ball for a
Aim, shot on the third
1-6-1.
leg, Archie Self.
Yes, I've played a lot of WDF events, some PDC Challenge Tours and Dev Tours, but this would mean the world.
Way now. It's double 10.
Aim, shot on
Takes out the
first leg,
120.
Ashley
4.
Coleman.
A more confident person on the board, and anything's possible. You've got to be in it to win it.
Henry moving around the hockey here to
Aim,
find a
shot
way
on the
past.
third
What a
leg.
dart!
Henry Coe.
You knew at the start of the week it was going to be hard. Yeah, I must say, I didn't realise how hard it was going to be myself.
Shovel 17 for the Bull. Bull it is for the 1-6-1. Coates thinks it's going to go, and he'd be right in
Aim,
his
shot on the second
thinking.
leg.
Coulson
Derek
hits back, and he hits back for 1-6-1.
Every game I go into, I just want to win that game of darts. So, you know, it's going to be tough.
Can he take it out again for the 9? Double 12. Scott
Game
Robertson with a Champions
and the match.
League night
Scott
starter.
Robertson.
I'm just, honestly, I can't believe it. I just cannot believe it. I'm in finals night and Champions Week. In fact, I can't believe I'm in Champions Week anyway, if I'm being honest with you.
6 players have made it through to the Series 14 Champions Night. One of them will win £25,000 and get their name added to the Super Series Roll of Honour. Hi there, good evening. Thanks for watching us here live and free on Pluto TV for Champions Night at the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, UK, where the Modus Super Series is going to host the 6 best players of the last 3 months here. And watching the action with us tonight is Matthew Edgar. Matthew, you've been here for most of Champions Week, and it's been a week that's delivered plenty of drama and quality before we've even got to the big occasion tonight.
Oh, absolutely, it has. And when you looked at Champions Week, you looked at the names, the ingredients, the different stories and journeys, where players are in their careers. You look at it and you go, this week possibly can't deliver, can it? It is going to deliver on every aspect. It has. We've lost some big names already. Tonight we'll little it down to 1.
Tell us a little bit about where the prestige of winning a Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series is now, maybe in comparison to when Conan Whitehead first lifted the trophy a few years ago.
Yeah, this really has become the trophy now, hasn't it, to get your hands on in sort of amateur darts outside of the professional game. And that's because we really do pit all the best players in the world outside of the professional tour. I coined the phrase worlds collide when this first started because we looked at where it comes from. We took the best from the Women's Series, the best from the Challenge Tour, the Development Tour, the ADC now, and the partnerships with ADC and ADC Europe. Not only that, we're always looking, seeing who's performing, who's producing. We're trying to find the best talents all the time. And we pit them all together over this 13-week campaign, and they battle it out, not just in a tournament or for a day, but over a long, extended format where having a quality, explosive game's not enough. You need brilliant consistency, time and time, day after day. This is probably the top title to take.
Yeah, and there are the 12 names on that trophy from the 13 series we've had so far. Obviously, one name stands above them all in Luke Littler, who has won this title twice and went on to achieve fantastic things. That was Series 3 and 4. But one trend that has kind of developed since Littler's win is if you look at the last few series, 3 of the 4 players also teenagers in the shape of Jensen Walker, Charlie Manby and Jack Drayton. Does that show you what a platform it can be?
Absolutely, and it kind of answers the question as well, doesn't it, in regards to where does this sit in the world of darts? If we think a few years back, whenever anyone went Lakeside, the first thing then was, right, are they going to go get their tour card? It's exactly the same now, and it's not even just the champions here, it's those players that come, look at the likes of Wesley Plaisir, the likes of Jimmy Van Schie, who have moved on to the tour, now Shane McGurk. There's so many in recent times that every time Q School comes around, it's sort of a who's who of the Super Series. If you win this, it puts you right to the front of that queue.
Well, 144 players came to this series. They were whittled down to 12 by winning their weeks, and now only 6 remain. Let's hear from them.
What would winning Champions Week mean to you?
God blimey.
It'll be a very emotional experience. It'll be one of my best achievements in darts.
It mean the world.
Everything.
It'd be the pinnacle of my what is a short darting career for myself.
It'd be absolutely fantastic to win it.
There's a load of great names in the trophy, including the likes of Luke Little, who won it twice. If you were successful on Saturday evening and your name was inscribed on that trophy alongside those other winners, what would it mean to you?
So my name on that trophy would mean everything, and hopefully I can do it this week.
Seeing my name there would be incredible.
It would mean the world to me.
I'm not an emotional person, you know, I've won weeks, I win games and you don't see any emotions from me, but I think if I did win a Champions Week, you probably would see some emotions.
25k for the winner on Saturday night. If you were to lift the trophy, what would be the first spend? What would be the first buy?
I don't know actually. I'd probably put it in the bank. I'm a Scotsman.
Probably something for the baby. Yeah, that's probably the main thing after September that I'll be focusing on.
Don't know. I don't look at spending the money. I don't look at things to buy.
I really couldn't. I don't know.
I really don't know. I'd probably buy my kids a car.
I would probably invest it into my house, my travel, so maybe upgrade my car, get my car so it's a better car, and the tax man will love me more.
Yeah, that's who's here, and here is how they got here over the course of the week. Ashley Coleman, who you just heard from at the end there, he won Group A and earned himself a couple of days off to prepare for Champions Night. Group B was won by Henry Coates, our Rising Stars champion here last year. Derek Coulson, favourite for the week, runner-up in Group B, not without trials and tribulations, and Scott Robertson hit a 9-darter in his Group B campaign before getting through in 3rd place. Group C, the runner-up was Jack Aldridge, and the winner was a 16-year-old Archie Self. And we'll start by talking about Archie, because we've been talking today, and you're really impressed with what you've seen from him this week, aren't you?
Yeah, I really am. 16 years old, and it doesn't feel like that, does it? It's a wise head on young shoulders. And one of the things, and we'll probably refer to those interviews quite a bit throughout this, is I really like to study psychology and study body language. And I was watching that, and I was listening and watching the demeanour there of Archie Self, and it's exactly the same we see on the dartboard. Very relaxed, very laid back. It's almost just like a game at a time. Doesn't get too far ahead of himself. He knows the challenges in front of him, not in 3 games' time. He's very cheeky on the dartboard. He lets his darts do the talking. He's not a cheeky character personally, but his darts are. And we look at some of the stuff he's done this week, the routes of which he's gone. Back in the day, that would have been almost insulting to some dart players. We've seen cases, remember the Phil Taylor, Kevin Painter incident when Taylor hit the bullseye. That's changing. We saw when Luke Littler won his title, the 170 turning round and giving it to the crowd. Again, that would have been frowned upon before. The young players play it differently. They let their darts do the talking, and he's playing extremely. He's a lively contender here tonight.
In contrast then, what did you make of what you saw and heard from Scott Robertson, for example, there?
Yeah, the total opposite. He was asked the question, wasn't he, what would it mean to you to win this title? And it was almost like, I've not even thought about the possibility of winning this title. It was almost like a surprise to him. Does he realise how good he is? I don't think he does right now. And everything he's demonstrated this week would suggest that we've got a quality player on our hands here. The way he recovered from the opening couple of setbacks, the averages of which he's producing, There's so much there that he can build and feel confident on. But I think he's here tonight enjoying his night and seeing how far he can get. I don't think he's looking at this going, I'm here to win it. If he absolutely could. But does he believe it right now? I'm not 100%.
Well, the numbers back it up, don't they? He comes into Champions Night with the highest running average. Also, hit a 9-darter on Champions Week. And that was some moment, wasn't it, considering, and you just referenced it, where he'd come from in the previous couple of games.
Yeah, lost those first 2 matches, averaging in the mid-90s. And with that, you can feel a little bit outclassed at times. You can think, am I in the right place? Is Champions Week a step too far at this stage of my career? And then I'm sure he wasn't thinking 9-darter at this point. He was thinking, get 2 points on the board, or this group's going to get away from me. And that is even more impressive when you look at the context that he was able to get his first 2 points on Champions Week in that style. And you can see what it means to him. He's had a fantastic week and a half here already with picking up the title. He's got a lot of prize money to come his way very, very soon, but it could be a significant life-changing amount coming his way.
One of only 3 players to have hit a 9-dart finish on Champions Week. We are yet to have one on a Champions Night. Now, this is what happened in Group A earlier in the week. As we mentioned, Ashley Coleman won it now. They went into the final day on Wednesday, pretty much neck and neck, himself and Derek Coulson. Derek Coulson, quite unbelievably, lost all of his matches that day. Ashley Coleman himself, Matt, had a bit of a nervy start, but he was there in the end to pick up the pieces.
Fully expected as well that it'll be a nervy day. It's Champions Week. It's decision day. There's only one space available. And if you don't get it, you're going to be in battling for the rest of the week. Those 2 days off on Champions Week could be the key. And Ashley Coleman, myself, Derek Coulson, everybody involved in this looked at that day on Wednesday and went, the deciding match really is probably going to be Coulson versus Coleman. Now, we didn't expect to get to that game the way we did. The journey was very different with the defeats. But the fact that Ashley Coleman knew that before he came, he pinpointed that game, and that was the game he went and delivered his best performance of the day. That shows a lot about being able to perform when he needs to. And tonight's the night that he needs to do it, and he's going to be up for this. It'll mean a lot.
Yeah, you mentioned Worlds Collide earlier on, so it's quite obvious, isn't it? The likes of Archie Self, 16 years of age, looking to make an impact and build a platform. Derek Coulson maybe looking for something to kind of hold on to when he decides to put the darts down. But where does Ashley Coleman fit in? Where do you see him as a darts player right now?
I think the answer is very similar for everyone. This will be the biggest title that any of them have ever picked up if they are to do it tonight. For Ashley Coleman, this could be career-defining. You look at the rapid progression he's had. It wasn't that long ago that he was just first emerging, doing streaming on YouTube. And we now look at where he is. He's out there competing. He's done well on the Challenge Tour. He's becoming a very serious dart player now. You know, when he first started coming to events like this, the question was, is this a novelty act or is this a contender? And here we are. He's in finals night, the final 6, and an opportunity to win what I've just called probably the biggest title in amateur darts.
Yeah, having won Group A to get here himself as well. Well, let's find out a little bit more then about Ashley Coleman. The Prince of Darkness himself shed some light.
I'm more hungry for a Saturday night than probably most of the players in there.
And it does go. It didn't look likely.
Your Week 5 champion for Series 14 is Ashley Coleman!
Ashley, can you sort of take a moment to take stock of just what you have achieved and what you're currently achieving in the game at the moment?
Yeah, it's unbelievable what I've achieved this year. This year has been one of my best years of darts. It's very progressive and I'm really happy with what I've done. Coming from the screens, not doing a bit of entertainment during COVID and making people's life a bit better, really changed my life anyways, but taking it to the professional stage is even better. For a lot of people, I'm a true dart player. For some people, they just see me as an influencer. Some people see me as an outsider. I think it would cement me as in the history of darts, basically as one of the best to ever do it. The Week 5 that I was in, and just was like, right, I'm coming in as one of the underdogs. Let's prove the pundits wrong. Let's prove everyone wrong. I can actually do this. So I kept focused, kept sharp, and it progressed me through to win the title. The game with Tommy was a very big highlight of my career because Tommy is playing amazing at the minute. I've got to take my hat off to what he's done this year as well. This year has been one of the best years for the gun. But it just proves any situation, not everyone can progress. I was watching Group C, I did watch a little bit of Group B, and I think Scott Robinson did the damage when he played Derek Coulson. That was very good. His 9 dart was unreal. Archie Self really impressed me. How he switched from group to group and now he topped another group. It's unbelievable. And I just think it's going to be a really good Champions Week finals night. If you don't have confidence in yourself, no one will have confidence in you. So you've got to be more sharper than the person that thinks of you. So in my opinion, I might be the underdog on paper, but in my head I'm the best here. So it's game on. I think tonight is going to be chaotic. The group's going to be tight. It's going to be, there could be a 9 dart shootout. I think it's going to be that tight. I think it's going to be an absolutely amazing night.
Crease. Oh, what a shot that is. Oh, it's sensational. On 82. But Drayton has other ideas. He's into the final with a 1-4-2.
Now one finals night here.
Jack Drayton!
There is nothing wrong with that.
But Drayton, one away. Big shots, big moments.
And he does eventually win Modus Super Series champion. It's Jack Drayton!
Welcome back. Jack Drayton became the latest winner of the Modus Super Series back in April here. And when we reflect on that Champions Night, a fantastic moment for him, the fourth teenager to pick up the title here. But the Champions Night itself, it was another dramatic evening, wasn't it?
It's always going to be, isn't it? Because the pressure, the drama, the short format makes it so exciting as well. No one really likes playing that anyway at the best of times. So when you're playing for something that's quite a sizable prize, you kind of want a little bit more time. So you've got that little luxury of, I don't have to come out the traps flying, but you really do here. It was nervy, it was edgy. Jack Drayton come out on top because it's not just about the trophy, the £25,000, it's everything else that comes with it. Life will be very different for Jack Drayton right now, and the other players are going to experience that tonight as well.
What has it done for him, or maybe what will it do for him?
Well, it changes everything in the commercial world and the commercial aspect. It's not just tonight and the live program. It's also the clips, the social media aspect, the eyes on you, the eyes on your brand. Because we've got to remember, dart players aren't employed. The professional players aren't employed by the PDC. They are self-employed contractors with limited companies. And with that, with a title like this being one of the top names in the amateur game for having that, it gets a lot of attention. You'll get more exhibition work due to the ruling around exhibitions. Absolutely, we want the high performers like Jack Drayton on there now. Royalties, manufacturing deals, sponsorship deals. The knock-on effect then for, if you want to go to Q School, there'll be people queuing up to sponsor him to do that with an opportunity of a contract at the other side. So there'll be so many doors that this title opens. We talk about the £25,000 because that's the instant impact, but there's a knock-on effect beyond what everybody else sees.
Jack Drayton did win the night in the end, beating his good friend Steve Green in an emotional final. But the build-up to it almost seemed a little bit similar to this week. Derek Coulson, it was going to be his night, wasn't it? In the end, it was Neil Duff who put paid to his chances. And they're two players that keep winning weeks. Both of them again at Champions Week. Duff didn't quite make it through to Champions Night, but haven't yet taken a Champions Night title. What does it take to win this night?
Well, Derek Coulson's a targeted man. I think that was really highlighted yesterday in that Group B campaign when people kept coming out and hitting 100-plus averages against him. Everybody walks into a practice room or into a tournament like this and looks around and go, who's the player to beat? We see it right now in regards to the match play. The second the draw comes out, where's Littler? Where's he? Can I avoid him till a certain stage? Coulson's that guy in this building. He's been the favourite before a dart was thrown, and he is targeted. With that, he's got to just stay patient. He's got to keep doing what he does. It's very easy to want more and to try and raise your level. He's just got to imagine that people aren't going to keep hitting what they're doing against him. He's got to stay patient. He's got to stay relaxed. He's got to trust the process.
Yeah, Derek Coulson looking to lift a trophy a little later in life, but Jack Drayton, the latest in a growing line of teenage talents to win on the Super Series stage, which is exactly where Henry Deacon and Sam Mulliner are. Evening, gents.
Murph, thank you. I know what you're thinking. Ant and Deck have let themselves go, but Henna's the lads there talking about Jack Drayton. Let's go a series prior, and Charlie Manby, since he won his series title, really proved to be a springboard for him.
Yeah, it felt like a butterfly effect, didn't it, for Charlie Manby? And there's no surprise that there was a correlation between him winning the series here and then him doing what he did at the World Championship, getting through to the last 16 of that tournament. When we first saw him here, he was untested, unproven on the big stage. We saw him hit big averages on the development tour, but ultimately that's on the floor. First couple of occasions, he was getting better and better with time, getting through to Saturdays, getting through to finals, but he was struggling to then cross the line. He then won week 11 of that Series 12, as you mentioned. And he struggled at the beginning of that Champions Week, let's not forget. The first few days in Group A didn't go to plan. He finished 5th in that group. But then as the stakes got higher, as the ante went up a little bit more, we saw more from Charlie Manby. And when we got to that big game against Tom Sykes in the final, he produced the best ever Champions Week final average we've ever seen. And then the butterfly effect, as I say, from that goes to the World Championship. That fantastic performance he put in against Cameron Menzies in the first round. And he even learned how to scrap a little bit, because 1 or 2 of those games in that tournament, he didn't play at his best, but he found a way through. And I think part of the reason for it was on this stage, he learned what stagecraft was all about. And by winning that title, I think it made him a better player.
Some really relevant form lines from that night as well, given that Derek Coulson had a dart to beat Manby in the semi-final. Henry Coates did beat Manby en route to winning the Rising Stars. But let's go even further back to Series 10. And again, the form lines are relevant. Jensen Walker, the series champion on that occasion, was defeated by Archie Self in the Lakeside Youth Final.
Indeed he was. And when you look at that Series 10, in terms of the names in there wasn't prolific winners, left, right and centre. For most of the players that were playing in that Champions League, winning that title would have been the biggest thing that they have ever done in their career. And so that Champions Night, perhaps no surprise, it was a little bit edgy. It was a little bit nervy. And Jensen Walker was involved in the semi-final against Scott Campbell, which could have gone any which ways. There was a pivotal point. It went 2-2, and Scott Campbell missed a few darts at a double. Jensen Walker took that, won that game. And then in the final, it felt like the experience of Lakeside, where he got to that final. No, he didn't quite get over the line against Archie Self, but being involved in a big final, it put him in good stead against Sam Spivey, for whom I think he'll be the first to admit that it was a brand new experience for him, and he didn't quite deal with the occasion the way that perhaps he would have wanted to.
And of course, the biggest young gun of them all, Luke Littler. We knew from the moment he started playing in this building, we were dealing with something special.
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean, the first week he played here, he absolutely blitzed through the week, and in the final he averaged 107. So we knew straight away, right, this is what we're dealing with. And then when we got to that Champions Week, that was kind of the beginning of the Luke Littler hype train. And I think it's quite interesting because Luke Littler's back-to-back series wins came at a very important time for the Super Series as a product, as a whole. Because this project was still brand new, this building was still brand new, it was still trying to create an identity. It wasn't too far away from when we were in Southampton in a previous tournament, previous incarnation, where the players that were playing in that, it was kind of players that dropped off tour, yesteryear legends. We didn't quite know what the Super Series was going to be. But I think as soon as Luke won those back-to-back titles, and then we saw other players alongside Luke, the likes of Sebastian Bioretsky developing at the same time, being competitive in weeks alongside Luke Littler. He was the one that ended the streak of the Nuke here at the Live Lounge. We realised, you know what? We've gone from it being a tournament where we celebrate legends, and we still do here, to a place where, do you know what, the next generation come to the fore. We saw the same with Jan van Veen when this tournament started. Didn't win a week, but it stood him in good stead to go on the Pro Tour, and he could be the world number 2 come tomorrow night.
Well, it's Henry Coates and Archie Self looking to keep the young guns firing, but who knows what can happen here tonight. This week has been chaotic. This series has been chaotic. Here's the best bits.
Derek Coulson is the first ever player to complete an entire Group A campaign unbeaten. For a 7th time, the weekly winner is the Duffman, Neil Duff! For the match. Oh, he's miscounted, he's miscounted, he's gone for the ball. He thought he had 129 left. Is that the worst miscalculation at the worst possible time? Archie, the penny's just 70. Dropped.
Boris Kirchmar eliminates Scott Mitchell and sends Conor Heenan through with him. Is there, and he spills. I mean, there wasn't a lot of water, but just enough. It is very, very hot.
Treble 19, the double 12 for a 9-darter.
Is this the record? Is this the record? Yes, it is! Surely not another one. This is insane! Can he take it out again for the 9, double 12? Scott Robertson with a Champions League 9-darter!
less. Oh, special!
Jack Aldridge.
It would be great to do it tonight, obviously, so we'll see how it goes.
Perfect day here yesterday as Archie Self eyes the ball for a 1-6-1.
Archie Self.
Yes, I've played a lot of WDF events, some PDC Challenge Tours and Dev Tours, but this would mean the world.
Now, it's double 10. Takes out the 124.
I'm a more confident person on the board, and anything's possible. You've got to be in it to win it.
Henry moving around the oche here to find a way past. What a dart.
Henry Coates.
You knew at the start of the week it was going to be hard. I must say, I didn't realise how hard it was going to be myself.
Shovel 17 for the bull. Bull it is for the 1-6-1. Coates thinks it's going to go, and he'd be right in his thinking. Coulson hits back, and he hits back for 1-6-1.
Every game I go into, I just want to win that game of darts. So, you know, it's going to be tough.
Can he take it out again for the 9? Double 12. Scott Robertson with a Champions League night starter.
I'm just, honestly, I can't believe it. I just cannot believe it. I'm in finals night and Champions Week. In fact, I can't believe I'm in Champions Week anyway, if I'm being honest with you.
And it is getting closer and closer. The action at Champions Night is now imminent. 6 players just completing their preparations before taking to the Super Series stage. And this is the order of play for the group stages this evening. Ashley Coleman, who won Group A earlier in the week, will take on Jack Aldridge in the opener. Then Henry Coates meets a 9-dart hero, Scott Robertson. Derek Coulson then toes the oche in the 3rd game against Aldridge before Archie Self comes out to play in Group 2. The 16-year-old looking to follow in Luke Littler's footsteps. And those final group games, well, they could well be decisive. Right, earlier in the week, all of our on-air team for tonight had a little chat, gave their predictions about who might make it to Champions Night and indeed who might win. We're going to see if we were right, and we started by talking about Ashley Coleman.
I think when we started, we didn't quite know what we're going to get from Ashley Coleman. First time in an environment like this. Look, he's had a very good season. He's made progress on the Challenge Tour. We've seen him slowly develop here. First couple of times he was here, I suppose there was more talk about his social media presence and things he'd done away from the board. But it looks like he's really focused in on the game. You can tell the passion's burning very brightly with him. And more importantly, he's found something that stuck with him. I don't know necessarily what that is, but something's clicked over the course of the last 6 months or so. I think we were wondering on Monday morning whether this would be a step too far too soon for Ashley. But to his credit, he's kind of come into Champions Week and he's taken it like duck to water.
You give me his problem there, though. You said the passion. I think he wants it too much. And I think that's Ashley Coleman. We've seen him take time to develop. We've seen him when he gets on things like the Challenge Tour. He's a darts fan. He's a big darts fan. I think that's a weakness in something like this. It's probably the thing that's held him back from getting a tour card. He's got ability, but ability doesn't always get you over the line. And sometimes when you're a fan, it's hard to then go and achieve. And I think he's too much of a fan. I think that could be his weakness here.
Let's do what we're here to do then. Who do we all think is going to be lifting that trophy on Saturday night?
Derek Coulson.
I'm going to say the same as Matthew Edgar, Derek Coulson. I've got a feeling you might say that as well, Sam.
Well, he's one of my best friends. Look, my heart says Derek. I want it badly so much for him, and he's having a tremendous year on the Challenge Tour. He's going to get his card, hopefully, barring any major mishap for the rest of the Challenge Tour season.
But Head must say it as well, right?
Yeah.
Law of averages, the way he's playing, consistently better than everybody else here. Surely he's going to win it.
If he wins and gets to the semi-final, if he wins the semi-final, he'll breeze the final.
Okay.
There's with Derek, we've seen fragilities. I'm speaking as a neutral with my head and not my heart now. We've seen fragilities in semi-finals in his week as well. To go for a week unbeaten like that, but the only sort of chinks in the armour was that semi-final against Radek. I think there are a few live wires that could disrupt Derek. Jack Tweddle is a name that's just constantly in the back of my head. Well, in fact, both Jacks. You were the one that picked Jack Aldridge right at the start of the year. saying he could win a series. He got a nice sighter in 13. Here he is winning a week in 14. And Tweddle as well, who hasn't won a week here, but he's won the globals in this building to get that monkey off his back. I think those two are the ones that if Derek does falter and there's a bit of scar tissue, a bit of PTSD from he had a dart to beat Mamby in the semi-final, didn't he? He only needed 2 legs to get out of the group last time around, and he got 1 against Duff. Again, I really want Derek to do it for obvious reasons, but trying to speak with a modicum of neutrality, that there are dangers.
And I think that's the biggest problem, because we've seen in the past where we've seen players that go on deep runs and they just constantly knock on the door, but they don't get over the line. Tony O'Shea at Lakeside, for example, Terry Jenkins in the out finals that he made. And there was always an assumption that at one point they're going to get it right. But that's never a guarantee. The way Derek Coulson's playing, there's not a better player about a talk on right now, absolutely. But I just wonder whether there's a little bit of scar tissue. Now, you mentioned the name Jack Aldridge there. You mentioned him as a potential series winner. You mentioned him as a live wire. Watch him go under the radar sneakily, because what he does is he just plays at this flatline level. His first night, best of anybody on the Challenge Tour this year. And you look at some of the performances that players have had to put in to beat him. You're looking at, you've got to average around mid-90s probably to go and beat him. There's been a few 103s, 104s on that Challenge Tour to beat him. He might be the type of player where Derek Coulson, Neil Duff, et al., they're all going to get their headlines. He can just swoop in under the radar. He'll carry on playing the way he's playing, and he could cause 1 or 2 problems.
Look, there is one thing that hasn't been done, and that is Henry Deacon to get off the fence and actually name a winner. So, look, we're going to wrap it up here. Everyone look at that middle camera. I think I know what the first 3 are going to be, but we'll get to Henry at the end and just say the name of the player. So, Derek Coulson.
Derek Coulson.
Derek Coulson.
Henry Coates.
You've got to be different, haven't you?
I have to be different, yes.
Just because he's called Henry.
That's just how it works, isn't it?
Cheers, lads. Let's see how it pans out. Well, I think we can call ourselves experts of sorts. We're doing okay so far, although I should say that we recorded that on Tuesday. The next day, Derek Coulson proceeded to lose all 5 of his matches in Group A, but he is here. Henry Coates is as well, and Trina Gulliver also plumping for him. So, Matthew, amongst our pundits and presenters, 2 clear favourites.
Yeah, absolutely. We've at least gotten through to finals night so far, haven't we? I mean, Derek was always a bit of a safety pick in a sense. He was the favourite before a dart was thrown, and rightly so. But, like I say, it's not been a clear passage so far for Derek Coulson. There's quality all the way through this. All it takes is 5 minutes. 5 minutes of good darts, and he's out.
Yeah, in terms of Derek then, look, we've spoken about it the last Champions Night. It was supposed to be his, this Champions Night. A lot of people, including us, think it may well be his, but like you say, we can't be feeling as confident, and maybe crucially, he probably isn't feeling quite as confident.
Before a dart was thrown and I looked at the lineup for Champions Week, I thought, who's going to win this? And my eye was drawn to Derek Coulson straight away. And then I looked through the rest of the field, and the more I looked through the field, the more I was convinced that Derek Coulson won. And I didn't see any result other than it until the dart started to fly. And then when you see what people have done this week, you see the performances they've had, the 100-plus averages, the big checkouts, the reactions to play, the 9-darter from Scott Robertson. I'm not as confident anymore. I was certain Derek Coulson was taking this title, and now all of a sudden, I talk about those golden 5 minutes. 5 minutes in a best-of-7 format, and it's over. We have 5 other players that can burst 5 minutes of action, as we saw on Wednesday when Derek Coulson didn't win a game, as we saw yesterday when he lost his first 2 matches and was starting to get drawn back into a bit of a dogfight when he was 1-4 favourite to win the group. So this isn't going to be clear sailing. If he wins it, he's going to have to be A+.
Yeah, in between that, of course, won all his games on Thursday night, so I suppose it's about which Derek Coulson turns up. In terms of Henry Coates, one of those teenage players we were talking about, won the Rising Stars Championship Players Under 21 here last year. What have you seen from him since then that makes you think he might be ready to mature into a fully fledged Super Series champion?
Nothing on the performance line of Henry Coates has been anything but progression all the time. It's been the ideal chart, just getting better all the time. I think he's got it a little bit lucky tonight in the sense that the back room won't be full with too many characters. He is a little bit more reserved, a little bit more shy, lets his darts do the talking, and they talk very loudly for him. I think in another week I'd have a little bit more concern for him. But you look at the characters in that back room, I don't see anyone trying to command it, and I think that could be maybe a bit fortunate for him on a night like tonight where he potentially is going to pick up his biggest title ever.
Okay, well, Henry Coates hoping to win that big title then. Let's show you the groups that have been split for this evening, and Henry finds himself in with the other teenage talent in the field, Archie Self, Scott Robertson, the 9-dart hero. Group 1, Coleman Coulson. They're going to kind of reignite that rivalry that was set up in Group A. Jack Aldridge in there with them. Looking at that, is there anyone that really stands out for you as someone who should be going through, or any outsiders?
I think that just instantly reminds that we're not over-egging the pudding here and we're not trying to hype something up. We've got quality littered all the way through, and trying to pick winners out of that is going to be tough. My eye, though, even though I've said Derek Coulson, it just keeps drawing back to Archie Self. I just keep going back to him, and again, when we see the names on the sheet and we see the group, my eye just instantly drew back to him again. He could be value tonight.
Okay, well, let's see what the bookies think in terms of giving that value then. And they do still stick with Derek Coulson, but there hasn't been a huge market move on his price since the start of the week. You'd have expected, having made it to Champions Night, Matt, that he'd be maybe a little bit shorter than that 9-4.
Yeah, he's had to get through the groups and the odds haven't moved, which means essentially they've weakened, because everybody else's odds have shortened because they're through to this stage. The one thing that jumps off the page there is the value. Even if you like Derek Coulson, you're getting value. Scott Robertson, the way he's played, the darts he's thrown and the ability he's demonstrated, to be 9-1 is value. Whoever your man is tonight, you've got an opportunity, but I just keep... There's something about Archie Self tonight. I can't stay away from it.
The one player we haven't discussed in detail yet is Jack Aldridge, so let's do that now. He's about to play in the opening match against Ashley Coleman. Second favourite with the bookies.
He rightly so is as well. He's been so impressive since the start of the year when he first sort of burst on the scene at Q School with the performance he was consistently showing. He's got an A game and a ceiling like no one else. He can have those 5-minute bursts. Over a long format, how does he get on? We don't know, but we don't care either, because it's not a long format tonight. It's short format darts, and this will suit his game. One thing I can say about Jack Aldridge throughout the week is every time he's gone to that stage and he's needed a performance, he's found his very best darts. I expect to see the best of him tonight.
And if we do see the best of him, he's got as good a chance of anybody as lifting that trophy this evening. But I am going to push you for a final prediction. Are you doing what the bookies did? Are you going to hold firm with Derek Coulson, or can I sense that you are maybe changing?
I'd like to change, I think, but the problem is I'm very stubborn, so I'm going to stick with Coulson.
Dart players are always stubborn, aren't they? And the action is about to get underway this evening for two of those players who won't want to be giving away defeat in the opening match. Ashley Coleman, who won Group A earlier this week, takes on Jack Aldridge, who we had a word with earlier on.
Jack Aldridge.
And he's firing the shot straight at the bullseye.
Trophy in week 10 belongs to Jack Aldridge!
Jack, it's only really been this year where people have started to really sit up and take notice of you. So can you just talk me through your darting career before 2026? Where did it all begin for you?
Yeah, well, really, I think where I started was I started playing 301, like local stuff. It was my dad actually who got me into that. Yeah, played 301, that was a doubling competition, and then played Super League for a couple of years. And I decided to give Q School a go, and here I am now. The first time I was in there, it struck me how quiet it was, really, stepping onto the stage for the first time, but I adapted to it really well. And I mean, like I play Super League twice a week as well, and I think that kind of format, best of 7, really suits me, and you know, I seem to do really well here. It's kind of the same with Challenge Tour now, really. People know who I am and stuff, and when they play me, they know they have to play well to beat me. So yeah, I think that's always the case now. The first time I got the call to play on the Pro Tour, it was a big starstruck kind of thing, stepping into that room with all them players. But I think I've done quite well. All the games I've played, really, I've done all right there. And I think that's vital. If I get my tour card next year, that experience that I've had this year playing with them players. This week I think I've been a bit disappointed, to be honest with you, for the standards of myself. Just doubles really, I think, in my finishing I need to tidy up on that. I think my scoring's always going to be there, so if I clean up on that tonight, I'm sure I'll give myself a chance. I mean, I'm kind of the player who just resets really quickly. I don't really dwell on my past results and things. So when I stepped in on Thursday, I just thought the exact same thing, just win as many games as you can, just to get to the Saturday night. I know it's a big prize money and it'd be absolutely brilliant, but I'm here to win and I just want to win the week. I spoke to a few of my friends this morning and I'm travelling down today, so yeah, it really is. I mean, you've said some of the names there and what they've gone on to do. Also, you know, for the experience kind of thing, it'd take me into good stead going into Q School next year. So yeah, I'd love to do it. It means everything to me.
Here we go! Welcome to the Darty Party in Pompey. It's Champions Night 14 here at the Modus Super Series. We are coming to you live on Pluto TV from the amazing Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth! Let's turn the key and let's meet the players for our opening match of the night. Please welcome a Challenge Tour semi-finalist, Jack Aldridge, and the ADC East of England champion, the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman!
And it's time for the Champions Night action to get underway. And for the 6 players in the field, I think it is fair to say this is the biggest night of their darting lives. A dream will be fulfilled for one of the players, and for 2 of them, it starts now. Ashley Coleman versus Jack Aldridge, starting in Group 1. And the Prince of Darkness has been building all week for this. A running average for the week of just north of 90. He won Group A against the odds, seen as a bit of an outsider coming into this Champions Week, was the 29-year-old. But he was the one who reigned supreme and is one of a maximum 5 Group A players to have made it through to Champions Night. His opponent, Jack Aldridge, again averaging around the same figure. This one could be a very closely fought clash. The 37-year-old from Tipton enjoyed success in the series to get here, having had a great start to the year in the secondary tour darts in the PDC as well. Second favourite he goes off for this evening, so expected to beat the Group A winner in this opener if you ask the bookies. But this is different. This is Saturday. It's not just any Saturday either. It's not just any finals night. It's Champions Night. And every dart will be watched over and called out by that man Andrew Culling, our referee. In the commentary box then for the opening match, Matthew Edgar has joined Sam Mulliner.
Here we go. 9 matches remain here in Series 14. Ashley Coleman opening up the show, as is his right after winning Group A in nervy fashion in the end. But you feel like there is more to come from both of these players. What more do these pair have in the locker? Coleman should have plenty. He's had 2 days off and has enjoyed them as well, whilst the remaining competitors battled it out just to join in here tonight. These matches earlier in the week, Matthew Edgar, were ones that Aldridge were left kicking himself about. 4-3 in favour of Coleman on Monday and Tuesday, but Jack arguably should have taken them both.
Absolutely, but when you come to finals night, when you come to the big one, that goes to the back of the mind, and we don't really, as players, worry too much about what's gone on there. It's all about what's forward at this point. You tend to find the ones that do, That's because they start to lag, they start to struggle at the start. They're still trying to play on those moments that have come and gone
43.
and the opportunities that have passed. But these players would have woke up this morning and just knew that this evening
43.
was potentially the biggest night of their careers. And you think about it all day. Everything you do throughout the day, you know it's coming up at the back end. You're watching the clock. You're thinking about when to eat, when to shower, when to do everything. And the only thing you care about is what happens in the opening leg, how you settle in.
30.
And it looked good. A 140 and a 137 kickoff. But there's just been a few wavy ones here. Just needing a settle. And I actually quite like that play. The marker was there good. Yes, he could have gone down and left something a little bit more handy. But this is what I'm talking about. In the opening
55.
leg, just get over the line, build some confidence and go from there.
Early break chance for Aldridge. Doesn't like it. Just half a shimmy across to open up the target, but it isn't found.
Ashley
so
requires
Coleman,
76.
bit of a let-off. Brilliant. Double four. Big moment, and he has always been up to them this week.
It was a real key strength and an attribute of his game, wasn't it, in that Group A campaign? When you look at what separated the players, when you look at the difference, it was those combinations, those low 60s, 70s, where it could be a 2-darter, it could be a 3, whatever it was. Ashley Coleman was mopping them up.
Players were not taking their chances against Coleman in Group A. That's why, after doing
57.
so much good early work, 5 out of 5 on Monday, 4 out of 5 on Tuesday, he was afforded that minor wobble on Wednesday.
96.
And in the end, he still went on and won the group comfortably.
It's one of those, isn't it, where if you just look at the table at the end of Wednesday's play, Ashley
93.
Coleman won it easy. But if you follow the journey, it was actually more of a roller coaster, wasn't it? But he won the game
53.
that really mattered, the game we highlighted, the game that everyone who walked through the door and said Derek Colson versus Ashley Coleman will decide the day, and it did. It went the way of Ashley Coleman. He
35.
won when it mattered the most.
Coleman's got a fantastic opportunity now to potentially break Aldridge, who feels like he's got more to give. I would agree. He has got more to give. He has such a high ceiling, but as we've discussed earlier this week, maybe his B game, his C game isn't at the levels
100. Ashley
where maybe a
119.
Coulson's is at the moment.
Got the ability, but he's not
87.
drawing it out. He's certainly not
Jackie
drawing it out
require
here so far.
156.
Nervy start to finals night. Could be about to change.
Clattered off the first, so Coleman will return 3 in
100.
hand.
Ashley
at
requires
2/16
32.
for a 2-0 lead.
Game showing the second leg.
Simple as
Ashley
that.
Coleman.
Good stuff early doors by the Group
Third
A
leg,
winner,
Ashley
but
to throw first. Game
pair
on.
in Group 1, joined by Derek Coulson, have a bit of history to overcome, really.
60.
And it's quite an incredible stat as we see two of the most prolific winners on that stage in Neil Duff and Scott Taylor. But on only one occasion,
59.
a player has won Champions Night from Group 1. That was Luke Littler back in Series 3. Just the one out of
96.
all 13 completed series so far. Littler couldn't do it again. He had to win it from Group 2 when he retained his title in Series 4. It is quite an incredible stat.
140.
I don't want to be too alarming too soon, but I feel like this could be quite vital here for Jack Aldridge. We
36.
know how the format works on a Saturday night. It's points and legs, and quite often legs are key. You can't afford to be losing heavy in the opening
100.
game, and sometimes opening the show just adds that little bit more importance in regards to the scoreline of which you come off
59.
the stage with. But he's digging deep here, Jack Aldridge. Starting to raise the stats, starting to raise the numbers, starting to find the
96.
trebles. Not the big power scoring as of yet, but a treble a throw is getting him back into this.
He has to take his chance, which he
100.
simply hasn't
Jack
done
Uruguay,
against the Prince of
106.
Darkness in the first half of the week. Treble 18, does give Coleman a poke at the 150.
74. Actually require 150.
This would be painful. Not going to be. Comes a set-up play, but Jack
58.
Aldridge has already
Jack
had a
require
couple of darts, and
32.
it was at this very target.
Game shot on
Gets
the
the
third
door
leg.
this time,
Jack
and he is
Aldridge.
up and running on Champions Night, Jack Aldridge.
Fourth leg,
Numerically,
Jack 2 for
it's
first.
not pretty, it's
Game on.
nervy. Coleman is in front, but for how much longer as we are now back on throw?
Well, these are the things that frustrate you. When it's a big night like this and you're not keeping the darts straight. Straining
28.
into the 5s and the 1s. And just symbolising there that he's just utilising the shoulder a bit too much part of the throw. And
60.
that can go back to what I was talking about earlier in the week. When that pressure is on, just causes that drawback to change. Can often just
100.
overdraw back the dart, which will just cause the wrist to turn. And the correction to that is to lift and raise the shoulder.
58.
To roll out of the throw rather than to push through and propel. It's probably the bit he's got to look at.
Well, it is day 6 for him, let's not forget. 5 out of the
96.
6 here this evening participated in Group A. Coleman, of course, the only one having a break in between. It's only day 4 for him.
100.
It's only day 3 for Scott Robertson.
Complete personal preference as well, isn't it? There's no real
100.
evidence to suggest which one works best. It's the same as the semi-final situation. There's no evidence to say going first or second is better than the other.
140.
Personally, I would like to do it the Coleman way and have the break before playing. Some people like to stay fresh. We've seen some people come here, play, and then in the evenings go play
81.
local comps.
Actually require 143.
And Coleman can extend back away here, but we'll now have to rely on Aldridge missing 96. And
91.
Aldridge did it the Coleman way
Exactly
in
required 96.
week 10, winning Group A before defeating Kaya Basel in the final. And
Game
he is
shot on the
level
fourth
with
Jack
Coleman.
Fifth leg, Ashley 2 for first. Game on.
Very much game on now.
140.
The pace of the game's good as well, isn't it? They'll both be enjoying this. Although Aldridge has a steady approach to the hockey. One of the players, like Gary Anderson, who
57.
likes to stand on it first. But once he starts delivering the darts, it's nice and quick. Coleman the same. They'll both enjoy this.
60.
Quick players like to play quick players.
Just a couple of too many stray darts, though, for Jack's liking.
125.
But he's able to rescue the situation there. He's almost back alongside Coleman, but
131.
Ashley's throw, he's been able to leave a finish. The biggest finish after just 9.
136. Ashley
Doubling
require
has been a
170.
huge positive trait of Coleman.
105.
And he will return to move back ahead.
99. Ashley requires 65.
Tops.
Game shot
And
on the fifth
again,
leg.
at these
Ashley
clutch
Coleman.
moments, when the chips are down,
Sixth leg, Jack 2 for
Coleman is able
Game on.
to hold his nerve admirably.
Performing nicely, isn't he, Ashley Coleman? When he first started getting invites to
140.
events like the Super Series, there was a few question marks. Was he here as a bit of a novelty act?
100.
Due to the way of which his name was sort of made in the world of darts. It was through live streaming, wasn't it? Well, Ashley Coleman now a weekly champion. He's competing here at
93.
Champions Week, and he's in the finals night 3-2 up in the opening game. This is not a novelty act.
57.
Well, speaking to Ashley earlier, we were discussing that weekly win over Tommy Morris.
58.
So he shouldn't have been an underdog. That form is very strong. Tommy Morris doing tremendously well.
81.
And getting the call up to the Pro Tour. Coleman was the guy that beat him, denying the gun, his maiden weekly win here.
135.
It should not have been a surprise. And I don't think it's a surprise if we see
47.
a deciding
Jackie
leg in
requires
our opening match of
75.
Champions Night. Aldridge free reign at this 75. Tops the target.
35.
We can't believe just how high that did fly.
Well, if you were listening on the radio and you said you moved the wire, you thought it would have been close.
100. Jackie require 40.
Much better right on the wire. Good marker. And a little shuffle just to try and open it up to stay away from the flight, but got to move down for a very key dart here.
Game shot on the
Big
sixth leg.
find.
Jack
Last
Aldridge.
dart in hand. Coleman was lurking.
7th and final leg, Ashley 2 for first. Game on.
And whoever comes out of this match the wrong way, they can take some crumb of comfort that they have lost narrow,
109.
which, as we see time and time again on a Saturday night here, can be crucial, pivotal.
Well, what did we
58.
say when the chips was down and Ashley Coleman needed to deliver on Wednesday against Derek Coulson? He did. And here, 3-all, last leg
100.
shootout with the throw. A dream visit kicking off with a maximum. He now knows just a treble a throw, and there's nothing Jack Aldridge can do. He has rendered his
93.
opponent irrelevant.
Give him
140.
credit. Every single time throughout this week so far, when Coleman's back has been against the wall, he has come out swinging.
125.
And he has provided
Ashley
moments
require
of
81.
magic, tremendous bursts of brilliance. Double 16,
Game
and
shot.
Ashley Coleman
And
is
that's
up
Ashley Coleman.
and running on Champions Night. A 4-3 win over Jack Aldridge, who faces Derek Coulson in a couple of matches' time. But it's all smiles from Coleman, who wins by the narrowest of margins. Henry Coates takes on Scott Robertson in our next match, and we can hear from Scott now.
Double 12. Scott
Game
Robertson
shot.
with a Champions League night
Scott
starter.
Robertson.
It's the one that you always want to win.
It's Scott Robertson.
Scott, does it feel like 2026 is a bit of a breakout year for you?
It's been a good year. It's been an absolute cracking year. I don't know what's changed over the last wee while, but things have just progressively got better and better and better, and I'm actually enjoying it a wee bit more. The things I've learned over the last 30 years playing darts has probably put me to where I am now. I was quite a good player in my 20s, but then I stopped and had family and built a house and did other things. I took a little break from the game for 3-4 years and then came back into it. The first time I came down here, I was like a rabbit stuck in headlights. It was all new to me and I didn't know what to expect. And I was very, very nervous. Although I played quite well the first time I was here, and I was just a wee bit starstruck really, because I've never really felt as if I should be in this kind of category. When I came down, I just wanted to make finals night. That was all I wanted to do, was just to get to finals night, because the previous 2 times I didn't make it and I was close, and I said just get to finals night. It's like stepping stones, trying to get further and further. I didn't expect for 1 minute I was going to win it, never mind appear at Champions League. I quite like being an underdog. That's why I was surprised when I was the favourite last week. I got a bit of a shock and I didn't really handle it well being the favourite. I prefer coming up from the back and pushing the big guys on. It's hard to explain the emotions that you go through. You just have to focus all the time on your own game and just keep trying and keep pushing and keep asking more from yourself and keep believing as well. It's massive.
Welcome back to Champions Night here at the Modus Super Series, where we've seen the opening win come from Ashley Coleman against Jack Aldridge. A familiar tale, really, for the way that their meetings have gone this week. A 4-3 success for Coleman, meaning Jack Aldridge will need to beat Derek Coulson if he's to keep his Series 14 hopes alive. Up next, we go to Group 2. Scott Robertson takes on the youngster Henry Coates, and we can hear from Henry now.
A lovely little smile there. Henry, you've always been a rising star, pardon the pun, but does it feel like now you're really getting into your stride?
Yeah, with the way I've been playing, especially over this last 6 months, I feel like I'm getting better and better, and I just don't see like the next step ahead is going to be the big one. On finals night, I was 3-1 down against James Buck being my first game. Missed double 12 for a 9-darter against him, and then won that game 4-3. Then I lost my next game in the group, and then I beat Charlie Manby in the semi-final. That was the first time I'd ever beaten him in about 10 or so attempts, but then 3-0 down in the final against Ryan Branley and come back to win 4-3. I think it gave me the confidence and belief that my game is going in the right direction, and now what I've achieved so far this year, it's proving to me that I can do it. To miss 3 match starts to get to the final was something I never even thought of before the day, and I just took one game at a time and ended up in a semi-final. Yeah, I had a few weeks before that where, well, a few weeks here that I hadn't. I'd played well, but when it got to finals night, probably a few nerves kicked in. But then, the more experience I had, then I got further and further. So, got to that final and lost to Steve Green. Probably a game that I didn't take my chances that I got, but knowing in the next one that I'd played well all week, getting won Group A, and then beat Jamie McKee in the final. I had a dodgy start on Thursday night, but I got there in the end, and Friday won all 4. It was an incredible group with the calibre of players in it. So, I mean, starting the night I was in 4th, and that just showed how tight it was. Ended up being top, and yeah, it's going to be tough, and hopefully I'll be able to prevail.
Welcome back to the action. It's Champions Night 14 here at the Modus Super Series, and it is time for Group 2 to get underway here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's turn the hockey and let's meet the players. Firstly, could you please meet a Pro Tour semi-finalist, the Rising Stars champion, Triple H, Henry Coates, and a winner of 2 WDF ranking event titles, Scott Robertson.
Group 2, and Henry Coates takes on Scott Robertson for the 3rd night running on Champions Week. Coates won a last leg decider on Thursday and beat him again 4-2 on Friday, but Robertson did have that brilliant moment, the moment of Champions Week so far, a 9-dart finish on Thursday night. He was the last player to qualify, 3rd place in Group B. Henry Coates ended up winning that group, both players finishing either side of the favourite Derek Coulson. Henry, 20 years of age, an average for the week, 95.52. That is some standard on a Champions Week to take into finals night, and if he keeps playing like that, he certainly is going to be a contender this evening. He won the Rising Stars. Can he now go on and make himself a fully fledged Modus Super Series champion. And his opponent here, Scott Robertson, 50 years of age, and his running average even higher, 97.43, but of course has played a short week here, thrown fewer darts than anybody else, just 2 nights in Group B. That's what he wanted when he won just last Saturday to be in Group B. He got it, and the late arrival is still on course for a nice little earning. £5,000 last week could be added to £25,000 tonight. First, though, he's got to get the job done against Henry Coates, and our Henry has now headed to the commentary box following his emceeing duties. He's alongside Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Murph. I'll tell you what, I'm going to get my steps in tonight, that's for sure. Well, let's see what one of the future stars of the sport can do. Henry Coates, somebody who picked up the Rising Stars title, could become just the second player to complete the set of honours here at the Super Series, because if he lifts the title at around about 11:15 this evening,
ladies and gentlemen,
he will join Andreas Harrison in winning a weekly title, a Specials Week title and a Series title. Up against him, Scott Robertson, who is still on cloud 9 in more ways than one. Weekly winner last Saturday, 9-darter on his Champions Week debut on Thursday evening. And having got through a tight and tense Group B, he may well have the night of his darting life this evening, playing for his biggest ever check. And somebody, Matt, that you quietly fancy to possibly do some damage this evening.
I think he's better than he thinks he is, that's for sure. But there's that sort of expression, isn't there, where you think you're good enough, you're right, or you're wrong. You know, what you buy into, you are correct. And Scott Robertson, I don't think I've seen an interview from him. I don't think I've had a chat with him. I don't think I've seen anything from him right now. He's turned around and said, I'm going to go and win tonight. He's delighted to be here. He thinks this is an exceptional achievement so far, which it absolutely is. He is completely correct. The problem is, he's going up against a player here in Henry Coates who thinks he was born to be here. He thinks he's born to go and have a dart in destiny, to pick up big titles. And this is just all part of the journey for him.
99 left after 9. Plenty of time from here to get the first leg on the board. We'll come back to that conversation in the next leg, where Robertson most likely will find himself one behind, barring any kind of miracle.
96.
Should get 2 in hand.
Henry, you require 56.
Let's hope so too. Double top the target.
46.
Well, he's moved inside, and things could get rather precarious when he comes back.
Yeah, I don't think Henry will be missing those shots had the pressure been on. I think just that luxury of time can sometimes take the sting out of the moment, but that luxury of time is now gone.
You require 10.
This time has to find.
Game
and eventually does.
Henry Coates.
Made hard work of it, but Henry Coates takes the opening rubber. That's the support base, which has made the trip down from the East Midlands to see him hopefully try and complete the set tonight. But you were mentioning about Scott Robertson a little bit earlier on in the piece, that this might well feel like a fever dream that he's here as he piles in his first 180 of the night. Could that potentially be a help or a hindrance for him?
It's definitely not a help. Because there's going to be times tonight where he really needs to dig in deep, to believe in yourself. You're going to be up against it. It's going to be a big shot, a big finish. It's going to be something somewhere.
100.
And with that, you need trust. You need faith in your ability to just back your action, to just let it come through without
82.
Any sort of hindrance or tension. Because that's where the snatch starts to come. But this is a good response. That first leg, there was some worrying signs, wasn't there? There was some distance between the dart and the treble. Great reaction.
Yeah, maybe just a case of shedding the nerves a little bit, leaving himself a
99.
1-2-1 after just 3
Scott, you
visits to the
require
board.
121.
That's where sometimes it's okay to not have the darts, certainly in these opening ones. Famously, Phil Taylor used to give the darts away.
57. Henry, you
Surely
require
so he could get that
140.
attack mentality, wasn't it? Needs to attack here. Henry Coates can't take this one out. So Scott Robinson is going to get a sighter, or should be getting a sighter here at the
Scott,
outer
you
ring.
require 64.
As a look at 64 will be the 16's corridor. 2 darts in hand, a double 8 to square the piece up.
Game
Exactly
shot
what he
a
does.
second.
14 dart
Scott
response,
Ross.
1 apiece. Well, there's Scott's partner, Vicky.
Third leg, Henry to throw first. Game on.
Now, I did a warm-up with the crowd before the action got underway this evening, Matt, and...
92.
Yeah, thank you. And part of that warm-up was to kind of work out who was supporting who in the audience. And when I shouted the name Scott Robertson, there was just one person that shouted rather enthusiastically, and that was
100.
Vicky. There she is. I don't think she wants to be on camera, but you are on camera. Sat next to somebody who looks very much like Father Christmas.
59.
Feels like one of those games, Matt, where these two may just well trade hold after hold. Robertson had that edgy opener. Very good response on throw. And now beginning to attack Henry Coates.
Well, let's remind ourselves, when you was doing your amazing MCing duties there, Mr. Deacon, you did call him a 2-time WDF champion. He's played finals before. He's won finals. This isn't alien to him. Playing on the stage is not alien to him. Winning things is not alien to him. Just how does he process that? Is it in his mind that this is bigger, that this is more important? It certainly is in regards to prize money.
170.
This would be the biggest prize check he has ever scooped.
Well, the fee 50-6 is off the cards now for Henry Coates. Haven't found the
100.
5th maximum of the game, and we've not even got to the end of the
Scott, you
third leg
require
yet.
121.
Just the one treble needed, the one big treble needed for Robertson to get a poke at the bullseye. He will get that shot at the ball.
96.
Oh, the line was okay,
Henry,
just veered
requires
off to the
70.
left.
Well, that makes things a bit more tricky. Rescues it with the second dart. Oh, what a
Game
finish.
shot on the third leg.
What a
Henry
finish
Coates.
that is from Henry Coates. It looks so simple. And you'll think, Matt, why are you
Fourth
big
leg,
enough for
Scott
70
to
finish?
throw
It was the
first.
journey of which
Game
got
on.
him to the destination. A wayward first start. Big recovery and brave with dart 2. A lot of people have just gone big 14 to get a dart at the ball. Henry backed himself.
And you get the sense it's going to be one of those nights as well, Matt, where
96.
those one dart at a double off the back of combinations could be so key.
Always is. Always is at this level of darts. It's those checkouts that separate
97.
the players. The scoring phase, you're a much better man than I am if you can figure out how to separate these players in the scoring phase. They're going to cancel each other out the entirety of the time. It's all coming down to those
100.
combination finishes.
Well, I mentioned it with Trina on Tuesday in regards to Ashley Coleman, where
50.
what he was doing so well was with his 4th visit to the board, if he wasn't on a finish, he was setting himself up to leave himself in a position where when he came back for visit number 5, he'd either be on a double or a single to double. And that was kind of the key towards his success in Group 8. These two do something similar to that this evening. They will be there or thereabouts.
134.
6 darts from here for Scott to get what will be the 4th consecutive hold of throw. And no surprise when you consider the quality in this game so far. Robertson averaging over a ton, Henry Coates just under 97.
59.
Well, the numbers are backing up the billing, aren't they? We said it's got all the
81.
ingredients. We said it's got all the
Scott, you
quality.
require 120.
The players had the ability to deliver a high performance night. What a great start it's been. Treble for a dart at tops for a level game.
100. Henry, you require
Tonight might be a night
139.
that could be won and lost on moments. Neither player could take out a big ton plus checkout. For Coates, it would have been for the break and a 3-1 lead. Just recalibrating for a second.
51.
Yeah, he was just in the mode there of throwing the pattern, wasn't he?
Scott,
Because
you
the
require
13
20.
didn't make sense without the treble 20. We're watching a player who's becoming very expectant. That was safe. One up, one
10.
in was the philosophy there for Scott Robertson.
Henry, you require 88.
We speak about expect. Coates will expect at least a dart at the bull. Bullet is
63.
an opportunity to break the throw has gone
Scott, you
amiss.
require 10.
Brave dart again with dart 2, wasn't it? Chased down the treble. But Scott Robinson's got to attack this. He was very safe with those last 2 efforts at double 5.
Two twos for 2-2.
6.
And this is the opportunity
Henry,
where Henry
require
Coates can
25.
really strike. Where he can really take command of the contest.
Game
And
shot on the
take
fourth
command
leg.
he does.
Henry Coates.
He finds a prize break. Leaves 3-1 and has the darts in his hands
leg, Henry
to get
throw
on to the
first.
perfect
Game
start
on.
at Champions Night.
We can only speculate, but my mind straight away is going to what I was saying at the start of this game.
99.
That Scott Robertson, does he have the belief to apply what he has extraordinary ability in the key moments? And that was the first real
54.
sign that maybe on finals night we're not going to see him bring out that extraordinary ability of which he's got.
135.
Well, Scott Robertson's the oldest player amongst the 3 in his group, but is the least experienced because his other opponent, Archie Selfer, former youth world champion on the Lakeside stage. Whereas, yes, his opponents are younger in Henry Coates and Archie Self, but without disrespect, they're more tried, more tested, more proven than Scott, where, as you say, this probably feels like his cup final. For Coates and Self, maybe
81.
just another day at the office.
And just think about it, Scott Robertson's been playing darts a lot longer and he's not had moments like this, which means they build up more. For the younger players like Henry Coates, I said earlier, he will feel like he's born to be here.
96.
All we've ever known since Henry Coates came on our radars was this guy's going to be a player. All he's ever had in his world is darts, and it's been a very successful world
125.
for him. Maybe about to go a lot better here with a great success in game 1.
Well, took the game by the scruff of the neck, having found the break, and now is hoping to hit for home once and for all. He's going to try the dead cat 180, was unsuccessful. So this,
Henry requires
for a
61.
4-1 victory, and to get his Champions Night campaign off to the perfect start. 2 10s. Gets
Game
Coates
shot
up
and a match.
and running.
Henry Coates.
The Rising Stars champion picks up a victory on Champions Night, possibly the first step towards the biggest title of his career so far. A 4-1 win over Scott Robertson, average around 92.5. The key difference was in the doubling, where Robertson missed 7 opportunities at a double, a lot of them to level up at 2-2. But Coates, a 4-1 winner. We head back to Group 1 after the break, and we're going to see Jack Aldridge, who has to beat Derek Coulson to stay in the race. Oh, that's massive! That is massive for Jack Aldridge.
Double 16.
Game shot on the second leg. Jack Aldridge.
Bullseye for the little fish. There's the little fishy in the darty dishy. Needs to complete the Shanghai 19 to take us all the way. Topsy-turvy 3 days it has been in this group. But in the end, it's Jack Aldridge.
Henry Coates made it 3 from 3 against Scott Robertson this week before the break in the first match of Group 2. Thursday night 4-3, last night 4-2, tonight it was 4-1, and Henry Coates gets off to a winning start, just like Ashley Coleman did in Group 1 before him, and his match against Jack Aldridge went the same pattern as their meetings earlier this week. The Prince of Darkness winning in a last leg decider to get off the mark in the opening match in Group 1 tonight. Confirmation of those two scorelines: Coleman beating Aldridge 4-3, Coates then getting the better of Robertson 4-1, meaning that the two players who lost are going to have to win in the next couple of games to keep their hopes alive. Jack Aldridge is the first man tasked with that, and he's also tasked with beating the man to beat here at the Super Series. It's time for Derek Coulson.
Derek Coulson is the first ever player to complete an entire Group A campaign unbeaten.
Here we are again. It's another Champions Night for you. But is it fair to say we've seen something a little bit different from you this time? You haven't had it all your own way.
Very different from me this time, yeah. I mean, people say how consistent a player I am, but I've not been consistent this week at all. I've had some good games, but I've had some very poor games as well, and it's been a struggle. So to get here for Saturday, I'm very happy with that. I'm not particularly happy with my form, but hopefully I'll put that right tonight. Normally I'll be coming in good form, and then I've been, say, disappointed. I feel I failed on the Saturday night. This time, form's not been great, but I've got here. So I guess that's a bit of fighting quality I need as well in my game. And like you say, but if it kicks in and all of a sudden it clicks, then I'll give myself a chance. Oh, I'm definitely still learning. Even down to the point of maybe some outshots or some shots I wouldn't normally do. I do watch other players and see what they're doing. I think probably one of the things potentially is possibly my slight downfall so far is most of the players I play against, I mentioned before, quicker than me. I've got to learn to stick to my own pace and not get dragged in too much, and I do find myself doing that sometimes, and sometimes it's too late in the game before I realise what I'm doing wrong. So yeah, I'm still on a learning curve, but as long as I stick to what I do and what I know, I should be okay. I've got to just play my game. Ashley's a very fast player, so again, I'm going to have to stick to my pace. It won't be a pace that I'm trying to slow him down, it's just I need to stick to my pace. Jack, probably a little bit more suited to my pace, but both heavy scorers, so I'm going to have to be on my game. But I'm looking forward to it. I look forward to playing these type of players, and especially in this environment. So I plan to enjoy myself. I mean, Group A this week, Wednesday, didn't win a game. And that's the first time I've been through a day without losing a game, and you never know how that's going to affect you. And then I came into Group B and won all 4 of my games. So, and then obviously last night I only won 1. But I know I can go a whole day without losing a game, and that's what I plan to do tonight. There'll be some noise, but they're a respectful bunch, so there won't be noise when anybody else is playing. They'll just be supporting me. But they're respectful of other players as well. They appreciate good darts. So, but to do it in front of those guys, yeah, it'll be emotional. There might even be a tear in my eye if it happened. I don't know. I've got something in my eye. That's not what I think. But yeah, it'd be incredible to do it. Not just in front of them, but in front of all the people here. Because, the staff here, you guys, you make us feel so welcome that I kind of like to do it in front of you guys as well.
Welcome back to the action. This is Champions Night here at Modus Super Series 14. We're coming to you live on Pluto TV from the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's turn the hockey and let's meet the players. Firstly, could you please welcome a former Challenge Tour semi-finalist, Jack Aldridge, and the 6-time weekly winner, former Challenge Tour winner, DC Derek Coulson.
Okay then, Derek Coulson makes his entrance to a 6th Champions Night. The man who's always here, but is yet to grab the glory that he so wants and desires. And pundits here, like Matthew Edgar at the start of the show, say that he should be getting at the end of one of these Saturday showpieces. He knows how to win weeks, but can he work out how to win a Champions Week? He'll take a step closer if he gets the better of Jack Aldridge in this Jack's second match of the night, because that 4-3 defeat to Ashley Coleman in his first means that Aldridge will be eliminated if he fails to defeat Derek Coulson in this one. As for Derek Coulson, that makes life quite simple for him at this stage. He, of course, will be through with a victory, and he would take Ashley Coleman with him, the 58-year-old from Market Drayton, looking to reach another semi-final on a Champions Night. Favourite to win it still. In fact, Jack Aldridge was a second favourite, but he could be departing the scene if Derek gets a victory in this one. Talking you through the action, Matthew Edgar alongside Henry Deacon.
Yes, thank you very much, Murph. There was a sense of anticipation as Derek Coulson made his way to the stage. And there's certain arenas where certain players make their own. You think of Phil Taylor and Blackpool, you think of Martin Adams and Lakeside. Derek Coulson's made this stage his own. But the one thing he's yet to achieve is Champions Night glory. He begins his latest quest
57.
Against Jack Aldridge, who needs to win to stay in because of a 4-3 defeat to Ashley Coleman to start. It's knockout all the way through for Jack. For Derek Coulson, is this the night, Matthew Edgar, where finally he gets drowned in confetti and he can finally call himself the Super Series champion?
I think those in the know believe that the second Derek Coulson qualified, that was his destiny. And you know what? There's been changes, hasn't there, in Derek Coulson's demeanour, in Derek Coulson's approach to the game. And we could really pick it out in that interview 45. That he gave before coming to the stage. And the thing that stood out for me was the fact he was talking about the players he likes to play due to the pace and the rhythm of which they play. He looks at the game from one person's perspective, and that is Derek Coulson's. What benefits me? At no point does he worry about what his opponents are capable of. He expects good performances. It's Champions Night. Of course they're going to play well.
140.
He is focused on his own performance and bringing out the very best. But the very best is what he's ran into quite a lot.
Yeah, there was a period last night where he was running into averages of 107 and 103 in consecutive matches by Neil Duff and Henry Coates respectively. And Aldridge here off to a rather productive start, leaving himself on tops after 12 to
41.
Get himself up
Jack,
and running.
You require 40.
In a game he has to win to stay in.
Game's
on
on
to the perfect start, 15-dart leg.
Second leg, Derek to throw first. Game on.
If there is one sort of slight concern,
140.
This is probably me thinking this rather than Derek Coulson. And that's because I backed Derek Coulson so heavy at the start of the week, saying he's going to go on. I can't see him losing this.
109.
There has been points that could make his armour feel a bit fragile. He's reminded this week that he's not unbeatable. He's not invincible.
96.
There's been setbacks along the way. When he won his week and he dominated through proceedings, he broke the record in Group A. He broke the record in regard to the most matches won, 20 in a row. When you're doing that, you must just think that you're untouchable, unplayable in this arena.
However, an 0-5 Wednesday, did that give players belief that this guy that's done so much, broken so many records here, isn't as invincible as perhaps we once thought he was?
Yeah, he's human. He's a dart player. He will miss, he will make mistakes. He is beatable just like everybody else. Rocky fall. Rocky hit
134.
Drago.
Derek, you require 132.
He gets that famous cry. He's just a man.
Perfectly sat for a second to join alongside. Gets it, double 16 for the champagne shot. That is beautiful for Derek Coulson. DC's up and running on Champions Night.
Game on.
I love these sort of
59.
nights because you get to see what it means. The guy in the front row in the black t-shirt there was absolutely loving that moment. He's still loving it now.
The first time we've really seen this live lounge crowd erupt.
140.
There's a lot that have made their way for Market Drayton here tonight because they believe tonight is the night. Tonight is the night that finally Derek Coulson breaks his Champions
59.
Week curse and finally puts his name on the Roll of Honour here.
And they all really are part of it, don't they? Because it's all something you do together. It's not just a player on the stage. It's the people that have backed him, the people that have helped him get here, the people that have supported him along the way. They're all a part of the journey. They've all felt the lows that Derek Coulson has felt. They want to feel the highs.
85.
Arguably, and certainly if you spoke to my partner last week, they will tell you that it's worse being sat in the crowd watching.
58.
For the nerves, that is.
We got to game 3 before the first mention of the World Open final last weekend.
57.
So Bernard decided to come back here maybe in Series 15, Matt?
Conversations have been had.
Watch this space. And watch this space for Derek Coulson, who's threatening a break of throw to
58.
Hit the front for the first time. Took out the 132 in the previous leg, now left on 120 to try and break the Aldridge throw and potentially break the Aldridge resistance.
97.
Good pick off with
Derek,
the
you
last.
require 120.
But when he's on song, these types of finishes can be meat and drink for him. Tops of the 120.
100.
Just sails low.
Jack, you require 144.
Ooh, inviting. Very inviting, double 12. Just takes a moment here. This could just break the rhythm for somebody who likes to play with fluency, which makes that dart so impressive. A break of rhythm was a little bit of a concern.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please not call out why the
something
player's
that
about to
just
throw?
distracted him along the way.
Disrespectful to both players who've worked hard to get here tonight. Thank you.
But what a
Fourth
delivery.
leg, Derek
Coulson
first.
missed a dart to
Game
break. Jack Aldridge is playing for his life. If he loses this game, he is out. And he finds a shot like that. That is class.
Yeah, particularly when you consider that there was a little bit of
85.
a distraction in the background. If you want to boo, go in the car park.
93.
We don't have a car park.
$140.
Well, I think it was one or two of his own supporters that he took umbrage at. We actually saw it at the World Seniors a couple of years ago in a game between Ross Montgomery
93.
and Graham Usher, where a couple of people were supporting Ross and he didn't take to it too kindly.
Yeah, you get it. Like, some people don't like that sort of vocal support. I go back to certainly the days when you used to play in your Super Leagues and your
58.
counties. There'd always be one person in the team that likes to roar. And you'd often tell them, like when I'm playing, I don't want any of that. I don't want this vocal support.
180.
All of a sudden, is the story of Series 13 potentially beginning to rear its head for Derek Coulson, because it went wrong in the group stages. This game could potentially go wrong for him here. Aldridge left
98.
on a finish after
Jackie require
9 for a break of throw, which
135.
are putting 3-1 to the good and 1 away. has to win, remember, to stay in the tournament. And he has a dart of the ball for back-to-back toppers,
90.
but was unable to nestle away through.
Yeah, the 25 didn't help him at all there. Could have done with moving across to open up the target. But Coulson had a shot at this in the last leg, missed it on tops. Not going to get a dart here. This is a break opportunity. And an opportunity for a bit of comfort here for Jack Aldridge.
45.
Will be expecting to get 2 darts here.
Game
The way he's playing, just expected that to go. The average over 100 right now for Jack Aldridge, who has really stepped it up from game number 1. And this is what I was talking about earlier. When Jack Aldridge needs to produce, he tends to produce his best. Coulson's playing well. He's averaging 100 himself. And Jack Aldridge is just taking the game to him. He's got 2 chances with the throw.
Well, it goes back to what we said in the previous match, that tonight could be won and lost on moments. And that 1-4-4 could prove pivotal. If Aldridge wins this leg, incidentally, wins 4-1 or 4-2, because he lost 4-3, he will qualify through. 2 points, positive legs difference will always be enough.
Let's not ignore the context of that 1-4-4. That 1-4-4 came after a missed break dart opportunity on tops for Coulson. It wasn't like it didn't need to. It was
93.
vital that it went.
6 darts away, potentially, from a spot in the semi-finals.
41.
Feels like Derek Coulson is just altering the pace a little bit here. Just getting a little bit deliberate, trying to make sure of the situation. Give himself the best opportunity.
This game is painting a similar picture to the beginning of last night for DC, where he played some decent stuff, but his opponents were inspired when they played him. Aldridge on a finish after 12, but when you consider the position he was in at the midway point of this leg, it should have been more comfortable than a poke at the 160.
Well, it's comfortable in the fact that he's got time regardless of what happens here. This is where we don't panic. Although he's got a chance to get it done. Patience is a word I have used regularly this week. Sometimes when you've got a couple of legs cushion, patience is key, but he may get a chance to win it here if Coulson can't take the 76.
2 in hand, a double 8.
68.
But 2 darts, a double 8 have come and gone. This is to send Jack Aldridge into the semi-finals. But 3 darts have been missed. Coulson gets a reprieve. Head in hands time for his supporter base.
Drama already here on finals night.
And showing the 5th leg, Derek Coulson.
How much of the dropping of the dart would have affected the rhythm, I don't know, but on the same aspect, we've got to look back to the disturbance of the 1-4-4. It didn't break the flow then.
So these are the permutations from here on in. Aldridge wins 4-2, he qualifies. Derek Coulson wins, he qualifies at Jack Aldridge's expense. If Aldridge wins this game 4-3, there's a potential for a Champions Night 9 dart shootout, which we have seen before back in Series 9.
Right now, you would love to be Derek Coulson. You're still in an active game where if you win it, you go through. And then, if it
95.
doesn't go well for Coulson, he's still got that game against Ashley Coleman as a bit of a backup.
Well, Ashley Coleman, in his pre-match interview, said that this group had the potential to see a 9 dart shootout.
And I tell you what, from the conversations I've had with Ashley Coleman this week, he knows more stats than our stats machine.
Yeah, he's making it look redundant, isn't he?
80.
Those 3 missed darts at double 10 just beginning to play in the mind of Jack Aldridge a little bit, Matt.
Well, this is a free leg. as a player, you'd look at that last leg. This is one where you go, if I get a chance, great. The last leg with the throw, the mind's there already. Kick off 140, kick off strong.
140.
We may be going there pretty quickly. That is awkward. Running for cover here, Jack Aldridge, who at times this week we've
56.
criticised for being a bit stubborn.
Derek,
Not
you
here.
require 86.
And Coulson doesn't have to chase around the bullseye here. Not that it matters. 2 in hand, a double 16, now double 8.
78.
On the inside. Not that it's going to matter too much now.
$134. Derek, you require
Well,
8.
he's applied the pressure. That's all he can do.
That's kicked.
Game's on the 6th leg.
He really did not have a lot of that target to go at and squeeze it into the
7
top
from
part, but
5
here
leg,
it
Jack
is.
2 for first.
So the first 3
Get
darts
on.
of this leg are key. What do you have, Jack Aldridge?
He missed 3 darts at double 10 to qualify himself for the
40.
semi-finals. And now if he loses this leg, he could be eliminated.
Notice the kick on those darts. So many times you use the expressions of nervy darts, but they was. The angle of which they entered the
83.
board, all different.
If Jack Aldridge wins this leg, he's guaranteed to throw more darts tonight. It might be in the semi-final. It might be in a 9-dart shootout. We'd have to wait till game 5 to find out the scenario. Has to just give himself that opportunity. Come on, Coulson says.
85.
And then finds a big triple with the last.
Sort of
60.
got that feel, hasn't it, of 2 boxers just lightly throwing out jabs at the moment. Can either player land the big haymaker?
100.
Coulson doing his part, finding a treble or throw, keeps him interested, keeps the pressure on Aldridge.
Who maybe has just
79.
faltered as we head towards the finish. He's handed the initiative now over to Derek Coulson.
Biggest 3 darts of the game we are viewing right now.
100.
What a last dart that was. The wayward dart meant that he wasn't able to utilise the 25 there.
If he gets this one free,
90.
Derek Coulson is into yet
Derek, you require
another
133.
Champions Night semi-final. If he doesn't get it, Aldridge is back for 92 to win it himself. Was looking for double 19, doesn't get the double 19. So Jack
77.
Aldridge has an opportunity
Jack, you
to
require
keep himself
92.
in the mix. If he doesn't get this 92, he could be eliminated. Attacks it.
Game
And
shot.
gets double 16
Jack
to
Aldridge.
keep himself in with a chance. Jack Aldridge will throw more darts at Champions Night. It could be in a 9-dart shootout. It could be in the semi-finals. But it's defeat for Derek Coulson in his opening game of Champions Night 14. What a corker, what a cracker it was. It's Aldridge who wins for 3. Coming up next, Scott Robertson takes on the Archer, Archie Self. Double 18.
Game's on the
That's
first
superb.
leg.
Can he find a way through to the
Game's
ball?
on
He
the
can
first leg.
brilliantly.
Ball.
Game's on the first
what a return.
Game's on the first leg.
16 years of age and picking up a title like this, I mean, that's an incredible achievement, and the only person that's done it before is Luke Littler.
Archie Self! Self responding just as well. Double 16 for the
Game's on the
146.
board.
Jack Aldridge is still alive, and he did it the hard way against Derek Coulson. This 1-4-4 checkout was a bit of a tide turner. He almost would have felt he could have missed it there after a shout in the crowd. We think from his own supporters knocked him out of his rhythm, but he landed it in response to a 1-3-2 from Coulson as well, and he went on to win the match in a last leg decider. And that means that, well, maybe Ashley Coleman is in a bit of trouble now in that group, despite beating Jack Aldridge 4-3 in the opening match. Aldridge will be back on that stage tonight. It could be in a 9-dart shootout. That would occur if Coulson were to beat Coleman 4-3. Any other scoreline in that match, and Aldridge will be through. Scott Robertson, though, he needs to do something similar and bounce back from defeat in his first game. He is about to get back on the hockey and take on the 16-year-old talent, Archie Self.
Archie Self!
He's so proud of himself. Ladies and gentlemen, your week 4 champion is the Archer, Archie Self!
It's so easy to forget that he's still only 16 years of age. Does it feel like you've had to do a lot of growing up very quickly?
Yeah, it's been a bit weird because I'm getting a lot of people say, oh, there's no way you're 16, but I was just here to play the game and I'm enjoying it. So the first time was really the ADC tours at Bradmore Farm. I was playing the likes of Steve West, Thomas Banks, who was winning tours, and that's where I got my name out there because I was beating some of them, and at the same time I was losing 4-3, and so yeah, that's how I got here from it. Yeah, I was very frustrated. Just look, every time the table come up on the screen in the practice room, it was like, how have you lost 7 out of 7? And then I just thought, I'm not going to win Group A, so I just thought, relax, it'll be fine. And then I won the next 5 games on the bounce, so I was like, I know I can play now, and I know it's not me, it's not the equipment, it's just my head. I beat Derek in the last game of Group A, and I said to a couple of people, the only thing I want to do is just beat Derek this week, because obviously how good he is in the world at the moment, and I know if I can beat Derek, I can have a good chance of in Group C. And then got into Group C on the Thursday. I felt very calm, nice and cool. Very cold first game though, and what happened to 1-4-5, I couldn't hit anything that opening game, but yeah, I felt comfortable. Yeah, obviously I'm not until the 4th game of the night, so it will be a long wait, but I'm going to take a game at a time. I think I've got Scott first, so I know he hit a 9-dart on Thursday, but I just need to get rid out of my system. Yeah, he hit a 9-dart, but he might not play the best tonight, but yeah, I'm just going to take it one game at a time and hope for the best.
It's the Archer, Archie Self! Welcome back to the action. It's Champions Night 14 here at the Modus Super Series. We're coming to you live on Pluto TV from the incredible Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's toe the hockey and let's meet the players. Firstly, could you please welcome to the stage a 2-time WDF ranking event champion, Scott Robertson, and the former Lakeside World Youth Champion, the Archer, Archie Self!
Here we go then. The stakes are high for Scott Robertson as he takes on Archie Self in this one. The 16-year-old looking to follow in some famous live lounge footsteps. He is the last player to take to the stage tonight. And as we heard from Archie, lost his first 5 matches on Monday. Looked kind of finished, didn't he, for Champions Week? But then managed to get the better of many of his rivals and go on to top Group C. For Scott Robertson, though, it's his last chance already. He's lost to Henry Coates this evening, the Scotsman. Lose again, and he is out. No semi-final No £25,000 this evening. No back-to-back titles on the Super Series stage. Of course, he was the Week 12 winner last Saturday night. And he takes on one of the most exciting prospects in the world of darts. Archie Self at just 16, looking to become a Super Series champion. Played his way into form this week, and he would qualify with just a victory in his opening match tonight. Andrew Culling, once again, will call the action from the stage, and calling it from the commentary box are Sam and Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Murph. And so, Scott Robertson is in a similar predicament as to that of Jack Aldridge in the previous game. However, if there's something that potentially could work in his favour, is the fact that all three games so far on this Champions Night have gone with throw, and that is exactly the honour that he has here against Archie Self, who's looking to become just the second 16-year-old to lift this title after a certain Luke the Nuke Littler won both Series 3 and 4. And so another young gun heads to the stage. Sam Mullen is with me here in the commentary box. How do we see Archie Self acquitting himself this evening?
He's caught the eye ever since the midway stage of Tuesday, hasn't he? Big power scoring, big wins, big averages.
60.
The league table of Group C doesn't necessarily agree with my next statement, but he breezed through the group.
99.
And he gave Matthew Edgar something to really think about. I got the sense that Matt wanted to change his pick to the 16-year-old superstar.
Well, he did all his damage early on, didn't he, on Thursday afternoon, Archie Self in Group C, and kind of when he knew he was through to the Saturday Night Champions, that was just when the level dipped a little bit. But looks like he's out at the B of the bank here on a finish after 9 against the throw, and Scott Robertson already under early pressure.
Archie require 140.
He is. As Archie is in the mood. And it is very reminiscent of the likes of Charlie Manby, who we were speaking about, of the likes of Jensen Walker. You can draw many parallels. Robertson looking to cling on to a hold of throw, but
91.
Itself,
Archie required 24.
Who now returns for 212s. Doesn't utilise the marker, over to double 6, and it's outside. So Robertson,
Scott,
this is a let-off.
16.
Opportunities like this don't come around too often on a Champions Night, and it's an opportunity that Scott Robertson has to gobble up. It's that close, it's awkward. Flight in the way, as you can see. But manages to smother away to the bottom of the double 8. Scott and Vicky will be very happy because Robertson's one up.
He's riding the crest of a wave in 2026, is Scott Robertson, and you get the sense that despite him winning in Denmark on the WDF circuit earlier this year, despite winning the England Open at Chelsea, and of course just a week ago here, the total self-belief isn't quite there yet. If it is, he doesn't just qualify for Lakeside later this year. He could win it.
I think the biggest barrier for Scott Robertson right now is his own self-belief. I was in Ilfracombe a few weeks ago for the Six Nations, and Scott Robertson was one of the Scottish standout players. Him and Scott Campbell, alongside Mitchell Lowry, really were the three pieces of the jigsaw that held them together. When they're in Denmark, and that tournament, by the way, had some of the top players about a tour card there. The England Open, notoriously difficult to win. He's not winning Mickey Mouse Cups. He's winning big tournaments. And he has to believe that when he's beating the best clientele, that he can mix it with the best clientele.
Absolutely. They take some winning.
96.
And what a team to be part of, by the way.
Best team in international darts right now.
41.
I think the Lukes might have something to say about that.
Okay, outside the PDC.
Robertson after looking vulnerable in the first leg, now may sense a break opportunity of his own.
100. Archie, you require 151.
Well, there's the one, unfortunately for Self.
41. Scott, you
And now
require
it's
80.
the 16-year-old that looks vulnerable.
Has to be careful here. And now has to manoeuvre over a wall of tungsten
Game's
to
on the
find
second
his
then.
way to top
Scott
and to find his way into a 2-0 lead. What a recovery
leg,
this is from
Scott
Scott
to
Robertson.
throw first.
Had to get out and impose himself early in this contest. And impose himself he is. 2-0 to the good, and all of a sudden it's Archie Self who has the problems.
Shades of Jack Aldridge in our previous match. These two, of course, are in the group. The key group, the winning group. On 12 out of 13 times here on Champions Night.
Now, Sam, recall your experiences
134.
in playing in Market Drayton Single Leagues finals nights here. Because for someone like Archie Self, the fact that he's the last player on the stage on a night like tonight, he would have seen everybody play before him. Everybody's had a taste of this crowd, had a
41.
taste for this experience. When you're sat there waiting and waiting and waiting to finally get on the stage,
180.
I was going to say, can it take a little while to get going? But maybe now just about is.
He got going in the first leg, didn't he? He should have got over the line. He should have taken that first leg.
55.
Second leg was a setback. Of that there is no doubt.
59.
But Robertson is on his mission here. He knows he has to win very big indeed.
Well, if he does win this game by a 4-0 scoreline, he will have a positive legs difference, so he would be into the
95. Archie require
semi-finals. And
128.
all of a sudden, Archie Self could find himself in the Super Series Departures Lounge.
103.
The bullseye would have been some way to have got himself started off the back of the 128.
Scott, you require 170.
Well, can he just utilise that now as a marker to just leave things sweet?
98.
Self
Archie
now
require 25.
looking to get back involved here. How's the doubling?
Game show on the third.
Left-hander on double 10.
Archie Self.
It was always going to land.
Full flag. Archie
2-10
to
Southpaw
throw first.
side, and
Game
Archie
on.
Self is off the market. Champions night 14. Which means
100.
Scott Robertson cannot automatically qualify in this game. If he wins 4-1, he'd be guaranteed the minimum of a 9-dart shootout. If he wins 4-1, there could potentially be 2 9-dart shootouts.
134.
We've been here all week. Would it surprise you? Wouldn't surprise me.
Not at all.
It's been that sort of week.
140.
As I said to Matt in the previous game, there has
59.
been a Champions Week 9-dart shootout. That coming in Series 9. And Darius Labanauskas would go on to lift the trophy or hoist. It was a yes from him that
91.
night. And Self has left himself on the big fish to turn this game on its head. 2-0 down. He was early on in the contest. The sands of time could change
58.
very quickly.
Archie require 170.
Well, players have had to play almightily well to get anything out of Scott Robertson so far in the
130.
second half of Champions Week. Now Archie Self is finally warming to the task. This, of course, the first meeting between the pair. Robertson, the only player making his way through to Champions Night, not via Group A.
58. Archie require 40.
For parity. Double 10. is not
30.
found.
A glance over the shoulder to the scores there from Self, just to reassure himself that Robertson isn't on a finish.
58. Archie, you require 10.
By missing inside on tops and tens, he's left himself on a tricky double 5.
5.
While opportunities are getting spurned left, right and centre for
Scott,
Archie
you
Self.
require 134.
My word, this would hurt if Robertson was to find this.
But Robertson can't punish the youngster as he did
98.
so in the first leg
Archie, you
of the
require
match.
5.
So it's Self now to finally draw himself level. That is awkward. Does he go left? Does he go right? Electing to go to the left, and he almost found the target,
Scott, you
but
require
it didn't look like the
36.
right decision.
What a gift this is for Scott Robertson. This leg should have been over a couple of visits ago.
Game shot on the fourth
But the
flag.
Scot has somehow found a way to win it. Breaks a throw, leads 3-1.
Fifth leg,
And
Scott
all of a
to
sudden has the
throw
honour
first.
to get himself over the line and leave us with the potential still of 2 9-dart shootouts on Champions Night.
This is a real good test of the mettle for Archie Self. Oh, perfect start. When you're looking to serve out a match, to stay alive in a Champions Night, starting with a maximum is the stuff of dreams.
134.
Frustration for the young man.
But that's the brilliant thing about it, of these rising stars. And Robertson, shades of deja vu. Not this time. It's me that's gone too early instead of you for a change.
You've been learning too much from me the last week, Sam.
140.
Self dealing with mid-match adversity. This is what we've seen from the likes of Charlie Manby in the past. This is what we've seen
140.
with Henry Coates in the past. They learnt from it. Bumps in the road
43.
on occasions
Scott, you require 56.
are good if you can learn from them.
And look, he's still got another game to come against Henry Coates. He's probably going to have to win it and win it big. Double 18 for Scott Robertson to wrap it up with an 11-dart leg. And that 4-1 win means, as a minimum, he's going to be throwing again in a 9-dart shootout. He's put himself in the best possible position to qualify for the semi-finals. Archie Self missed a barrage of chances to level up at 2-2. And that was where the pendulum swung in the favour of Scott Robertson, who wins by 4 legs to 1. Next up is DC against AC. Coulson against Coleman.
Well, Scott Robertson and his partner thought they'd be getting their coats after defeat to Henry earlier on this evening, but he has redeemed himself with a win over Archie. A 4-1 win as well. If he'd have won 4-0, he would be through. Now there's a prospect of a 9-dart shootout. In fact, there's a prospect of 2 9-dart shootouts, because look at that. Both results in Group 1 going 4-3, both results in Group 2 going 4-1. If that pattern continues, then all the players may be back on stage before the semi-finals take place to determine who will be in them. Derek Coulson, though, he knows he does need a victory in this next game when he takes on the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman.
Don't let someone say you can't do your dream. Anyone can do this sport, any age, any person from any background. This sport is for the people.
Let me get everything straight. I'm gonna do whatever it takes. Getting it done, any means, get rid of these snakes.
For the match video, only needs the one.
Series 14 is Ashley Coleman.
One of the greats, whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Let me get to it again. Do it for the kids
Ashley
that
looking
wish
to
they
fire his Champions League into life.
championships. Hey, I'm standing on
Double 19. Oh, for a 155 check out. Double 10. Takes out the 120.
Another, oh, he's gone double.
Welcome back to the action here at Champions Night 14 at the Modus Super Series. We're coming to you live on Pluto TV from the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's turn the hockey and let's meet the players. Firstly, could you please welcome the ADC East of England champion, the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman, and a 6-time weekly winner, a Challenge Tour winner, DC Derek Coulson.
Well, there's a certain irony that this is a clash that will determine which of these players progresses through to the semi-finals. Ashley Coleman won Group A, 6 points clear of Derek Coulson, but defeat to Coulson here tonight could see him tumbling out of Champions Night. There are all sorts of different permutations for this one. Derek Coulson, he needs to win by a scoreline. That scoreline is 4-2. He does that or better, and he will be through at the expense of Ashley Coleman. He would go through, the Prince of Darkness, with any victory in this one. Jack Aldridge is waiting in the practice room, just hoping to avoid the scoreline that would read Derek Coulson 4, Ashley Coleman 3, because that would mean all 3 players would return before the semi-finals for a 9-dart shootout to determine which 2 go through. And there is the possibility of that happening in both groups. What a turn-up that would be on a Champions Night. Ashley Coleman actually predicted that we'd see a 9-dart shootout when he was interviewed earlier today. But can he avoid it and do his job here, or can Coulson come back and send himself through to the semi-finals? Let's find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Sam Mulliner.
Now we get to the real nitty-gritty. Murphy, quite right. Ashley Coleman did predict a 9-dart shootout here this evening, and I did not argue with him. It has been that sort of week. Coleman got the crucial win between these pair on Wednesday, and it was a convincing one as well. But Derek has got the better of Ashley as well this week on Tuesday. And quite bizarrely, it was Coleman's strongest numerical performance of the week so far, and yet it was a losing one. Coulson already scrambling
26.
around for a business treble, and already Coleman has a break of throw opportunity in his sights, and we're only into a visit each.
Well, a couple of observations regarding what's just gone down in the last couple of minutes. The first one, if Ashley Coleman is calling a 9-dart
41.
shootout, that means he's expecting to lose at some point in this group. And
85.
if the pattern of play this evening is anything to go by, it would also suggest the same. When we're looking at players on a Champions League, we're looking at the averages, we're looking at everything that they're coming. There's barely anything to separate them. They are separated by small fractions and margins where the advantage of throw could really come into play. And so far this evening it has. Every player who has thrown first has won. That means this is big advantage Derek Coulson.
180.
Well, you wouldn't have thought so now as Coleman has raced towards a finish after just 9 darts thrown. And Coulson, despite hitting that 140 in his previous visit, is already
58.
trailing significantly. This is already big advantage to Coleman.
59.
Seems as though Derek doesn't want to get embroiled in the pace of Coleman. Very rapid fire.
It was something he talked about in his interview before he played as well, about how the different pace
60.
of the game can suit him or not.
Ashley, you require
sometimes
80.
when you're checking your pace, you can also become very deliberate.
Game shot on the first leg.
That
Ashley Coleman.
is a dream start there for Ashley Coleman. That advantage of throw
Second
that we was
leg,
talking
Ashley to
about,
throw first.
the advantage that has
Game
worked
on.
for everybody else so far this evening has instantly been taken away by a 14-dart leg of Coleman.
91.
Well, we have seen chinks in the armour of Coulson this week. Probably the only player who you felt coming into tonight
100.
has a lot more to give. We're so used to seeing Derek sweep through Group A, piling in massive numbers. Don't get me
81.
wrong, he set the tone on Monday morning in the opening match of Champions Week with a 108.7 average and a 4-2 win over David Evans. But since then, it's been more workmanlike. We've never seen this fragility of Derek before,
140.
especially on that Wednesday where it could have gone so differently for him. I still fully stand by if Henry Coates doesn't take out that 160 to beat Derek.
123.
Coulson goes on to win that Group A. But as we have spoken about, Matt, time and time again this week, that snowball effect.
Well, you would argue one of the main reasons Derek Coulson didn't win that Group A was the head-to-head clash he had with Coleman. Coleman beating him in game number 3. Which means, in the short-term form, these two have played a very important match. And it went the way of the man 1-0 up.
29. Derek, you require 136.
Can Coulson return the tables? All about the setup. That doesn't help.
42.
So there is still a bit of a glimmer because the sort of 94 checkouts, those sort of ranges of
97.
Coulson, they haven't been firing. Yes,
Derek,
he
you
treated
require
us
94.
to some champagne against Jack Aldridge. But between the sort of 80 and 120, those are the ones where he has been found wanting. It has to change if his fortunes are going to change. It's tops. Things may well have changed.
Derek Coulson.
That may just settle things
Third
down.
leg, Derek to throw first.
For a clinical 2-dart
Game
finish
on.
such as that, could that be a turning point?
100%. I guarantee you there'd have been a lot of doubters the way Derek Coulson started this game and getting his throw broken straight away. But Derek Coulson
60.
digging deep and showing a lot of character.
Again, he's away trebleless on his own throw, and
140.
Coleman all over it. That has been his key attribute this week, Ashley Coleman. Pouncing on opportunities, jumping all over his opponent's mistakes.
100.
Good characteristic to have, being
60.
reactive to play. often talk about the benefits of being able to play the board. But it's not always possible, especially when you get to nights like this, because you get that instant feedback of the crowd. You got the referee. You can't just ignore what's going on. You're very well aware of the situation. You can feel it. You certainly feel the tension tonight.
Coulson definitely maintaining that determined pace of his. He is setting.
180.
Firing in his first maximum of the contest.
31. Derek, you require 76.
Well, that's one way to leave the big fish for Coleman.
The pace is so notable, isn't it? He's not even settled at the oche, and Ashley Coleman's already at the back of the stage.
36. Ashley, you require 170.
Well, this would be incredible. But it was flying high.
60.
And now Coulson can return.
Derek, you require 40.
And hit the front for the first time. That's not a disaster. There's still space to work with, but it's becoming a matter of urgency
20.
now. And a mini deflection, I don't think it would have made any difference, truth be told. And Coleman, once again, can pounce all over a mistake and does so.
Ashley Coleman. Full flag, Ashley 2.
This is what was happening in Group A.
Game on.
Whenever Coleman was outscored, whenever his opponent floundered, he was there to take full advantage.
60.
And now Coulson has a mountain to climb again.
$100.
Well, we've used phrases, we've used words to describe various players, and with Derek Coulson, we've used the term reliable. And we've used it so often. It's now going to be put to the test.
Well, it is really warm in that auditorium here this evening. Peak of summer. Packed crowd.
95.
Plenty of fans in.
119.
Coulson on the chase.
$96.
Just the one treble. He'll be disappointed. You could see the surprise reaction to the second dart.
43.
Dropping low, aren't they? Coulson will like the darts under. He won't want them low. Can't do much when they're too far away. We're starting to get into the real key moments here in this game.
134.
Coulson asking questions now.
96.
Reacted on both
Derek
occasions, but
76.
Coleman there, as he always is, seemingly ready to pounce. Tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
He's level
Derek
again.
Coulson.
And we are getting closer and closer
Game on.
to only our second ever Champions Night 9-dart shootout.
Well, I highlighted the advantage of throw being such a key story so far this evening, and then we've watched 4 legs of darts
100.
when no one's been able to hold once.
$60.
Oh, they was all airy, wasn't they? Floaty darts there from Ashley Coleman.
There's not much Ashley Coleman doesn't know about this game, so he would know exactly
57.
what you would be saying about that visit. Can he rectify it? Oh, he can. First dart is perfect.
100.
For the first time, we're just starting to see a little bit of emotion here in Ashley Coleman, aren't we? He's aware that this is getting into the nitty-gritty. He's aware how close he is to the finishing line. But Derek Coulson is starting to get a sprint on.
60.
Ashley Coleman hasn't missed a dart at double in this match. He might not get down to one in this leg. Coulson has been constantly trying to hang on to the coattails of Ashley Coleman all week. Been outscoring Coleman.
82.
He's only 2 from 6 on the outer ring. And at this stage,
80.
Oh, Coleman one on the floor. At this stage of the legs, that's where he really started to fire, but a bounce out at the worst given moment allows Coulson free rein at 82.
For the first time in this clash, Derek Coulson with a bit of breathing room, and he's going to need it. Not just the one, but 2 wayward darts there for Coulson.
32.
And he's still, despite a handful of darts, not rounded the 82 down to a finish.
Can Coleman force Coulson into another error?
125.
We're about to find out.
50.
Decisions for Derek. Tops, the destination of choice, and it proves profitable as Coulson hits the front for the first time in this contest.
Game on. 140.
A 4-3 Coulson win, and we go to a 9-dart shootout.
96.
If Derek wins this leg, he is through at the expense of his opponent, Ashley Coleman, and Derek would take Jack Aldridge through with him.
100.
You get the sense, though, we're going the distance.
Well, we've highlighted the brilliance and the comebacks here from Derek Coulson.
171.
What a leg this is from Coleman. Staring at the exit door. And he's down to a 2-dart combination after just 9 darts thrown. When you throw like that, it
81.
renders your
Actually
opponent
required
irrelevant,
90.
does it? It's almost like they're not there.
Well, wanted
78.
another green bit, but truth be told, I don't think it matters too much. This leg is as good as over anyway. Well, Coulson still
57.
won't get down to a finish, so
Ashley
Coleman
required 12.
to take us all the way.
No score.
Yeah, sensible.
He's got so much time on his hands still, Coleman. Got the opportunity now to go back to the 6-6. Good board management.
97.
Coulson now
Ashley
down
required
within
12.
range.
Once again, it's 3-3.
6.
Once again, it doesn't
Derek,
go.
you
We
require
thought this leg was over.
129.
I think Coulson probably thought the leg was over. He's 3 good darts away from it being over in the best way possible. Can't check out from here. Got the treble, but the wrong one. Look at Ashley Coleman pacing around in the background. He wants to get to the oche now.
59. Ashley requires 6.
Decisions. He went straight at it now, has to burn a dart. Could be problematic, and it
4.
was. This would be a very cruel way to
Derek,
send
you
Coleman
require
packing.
70.
7 darts at a double since being flawless as Coleman. And it's Coulson that's going to have a match start, which is not taken. That would have sent him through.
Ashley required
No one enjoys
2.
double one. 1 up, 1 in philosophy for Ashley
And
Coleman.
Charlotte
1
Sinclair.
up, 1 in
Ashley
delivered
Coleman.
for Ashley Coleman.
7th and final leg, Derek to throw first.
Who once again, for
Come
the
on.
3rd time this evening, go with the distance. And previous experience of tonight would make Derek Coulson favourite.
91.
Oh, that could be crucial. Coulson missing a match start to send himself through. But when things have been
100.
getting tense and nervy, more often than not, that has been when Coleman stands tall. Coulson has been here on so many Saturday nights, 6-time weekly champion, but it's never quite happened for him. He was eliminated in the group stage
70.
in Series 13's Champions Night at the expense of Neil Duff, who is in the crowd here tonight. On that occasion, Derek only needed 2 legs to send himself through. He only got 1. Now he needs this one just to send us to a 9-dart shootout, and he's found a maximum.
140. Derek required
No maximum for
130.
Coleman. Means there's time on the side now for Derek Coulson. He's got 6 starts at the 130. Sensible play. Not entertaining the idea of the
98.
bullseye. Leaves himself on a very favourable section of the board that's worked so well for him so far this week.
133.
Coleman puts himself
Derek, you
in
require
range,
32.
but it's Coulson that has 3 match starts. He's missed 1 already for a 9-dart shootout. That's where we're going. Group 1 of Champions Night goes to a 9-dart shootout, the first in a Champions Night since Series 9. It's been that sort of week. Coleman predicted one, and now he's in one. Coulson gets the win. Missed a dart to send himself through to avoid any such drama, but it's going to be drama fueled. It's Coulson, 4-3 win. It's a 9-dart shootout.
Wow, drama at Champions Night at the Modus Super Series. You wouldn't have it any other way, would you? Just look at what's happened in Group 1. Coleman beat Aldridge 4-3. Aldridge beat Coulson 4-3. And then Coulson beat Coleman 4-3, meaning the group will be separated by a 9-dart shootout. And if you look at Group 2, well, the results have gone the same way as well. Henry Coates with a 4-1 win over Scott Robertson, who bounced back with the same scoreline against Archie Self. If Archie can get a 4-1 win against Henry Coates here, then we would have 2 Champions Night 9-dart shootouts. Unbelievable stuff. Henry Coates, though, he will feel like he's got half the job done, and the rising star is looking to go through to the semi-finals.
Miyake here to find a way past. What a dart.
Brilliant.
He's that for another. Gets it. 8-8. First blood, Henry Coates. Henry Coates! How about that?
Now has 2 darts.
Only needs one. The drama has only just begun here at Champions Night 14 at the Modus Super Series. All the action is coming to you live on Pluto TV from the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's turn the hockey and let's meet the players for our final group stage match. It's 2 young guns going head to head. Firstly, could you please welcome a former Lakeside World Youth Champion, the Archer, Archie Self, and the Super Series Rising Stars Champion, Triple H, Henry Coates!
Well, on Monday, Henry Coates beat Archie Self 4-0. Tonight, Archie Self has to do exactly that to Coates here if he wants to book his place in the semi-finals. Of course, there is the insurance, if you can call it that, of a 9-dart shootout. We've already got one of those in Group 1, but here is the lie of the land in Group 2. So Archie Self will need a whitewash to go through, and he'll be eliminated if Henry Coates wins the 2 legs that he needs to qualify. Scott Robertson can only be knocked out by a 9-dart shootout. He'll be watching one, but will he be playing in one? That will happen if Archie Self wins this one 4-1. So just 2 legs needed for Henry Coates, and he's top of the group. Self needing 4-0 to go through without the 9-dart shootout. 2 young talents going head to head that have never known pressure like it. Can Archie pull off the almost impossible? Let's find out. Back to Sam and Matt in commentary.
Well, we know we've got one 9-dart shootout to come. Who's to say we couldn't have another? These 2 young guns have been an absolute joy to watch here this week and have treated us to some mammoth scoring power and some momentous finishing
first
as
leg,
well.
Archie 2 for
And it's Coates
Game on.
that is a lot more comfortable. Archie Self has the darts and already has it all to do because he didn't lose narrow. He lost wide, and that is never a good sign in this format.
Yeah, there were concerning signs in that game, wasn't there, for Archie Self? Didn't quite deliver it the way he has been for the rest of the week. He was almost struggling with the heat, wasn't he? He was going over to the table a lot, spending a lot of time with the towel
57.
and the chalk. Going to have to find that game once again. Going to have to find a way to settle on that stage
57.
because Henry Coates has already been up there with very positive results, and we know the game and the levels which Henry Coates can play at. He's been running around the mid-90s for the majority of the week. Two players that will be very familiar with each other. And I just wonder if that's going to also help Archie start to feel a little bit more settled. That won't.
100.
To say,
Henry, you require
the
127.
longer this week has gone on, the more Henry Coates has impressed. This would be impressive as well.
111.
Of the wire away. He knew
Archie
that
require
felt good. He
104.
knew. On another night, that could have landed. Ominous signs
52.
already.
That was something that was
Henry
so strong for him
requires
throughout
16.
the week, those sort of low ton, high 90 checkouts.
Game show on the first leg. Henry Coates.
That advantage of throwing first has been taken away from him here
Second
in
leg,
just the
Henry to
opening
throw
leg.
first. Game on.
Got the bit between the teeth here, hasn't he, Henry Coates? Steely,
140.
focused, determined, controlled aggression.
140.
Henry Coates, 5 out of 5.
131.
On the final day of Group A. And then, throughout all the drama, it was sort of easy to forget. Self piles in a maximum.
180.
He was 4 out of 4 last night in Group B as well. Left it late to cement that spot in Group B in the first place. These two both sort of looked set for Group C. Self won that group. Coates gave himself a better chance in Group B, and he won that as well.
123.
Good
Henry
response this, though, from
100.
Self.
$60. Archie, you require 58.
Constantly knocking on the door of 3 figure outs. Self is knocking on the door of double 10, and he finds the heart of it.
Self. Third leg, Archie to throw first. Game on.
We are watching two of the most exciting young talents right now in the world of
59.
darts. Playing for a sizable prize check tonight of £25,000 and the opportunities and the doors that will unlock as well.
92.
And they are both hitting each other with absolutely everything here in the early part of this match.
140.
Well, it is all action stations for Self. Coates only needs one more leg to send himself through at the expense
134. $96.
That leg for Self, unless, of course, it ends up at 4-1 for Self, then we're into double 9-dart
59.
shootout territory. Sees the finishing line close for Scott Robertson, who will no doubt be watching on
96.
keenly in the back room.
$60. Archie, require 110.
Treble 17. But Coates has been piling in big finishes.
54. Henry
All
require
week.
156.
And he's already been knocking on the door of a couple here, but the 156 doesn't go, fortunately, for Self.
$88. Archie require 56. Game show on the
Finds
third
tops
leg.
this time.
Archie Self. Fourth leg, Henry to throw first. Game on.
Archie still needs the lot from here without reply, and that bit is the crucial bit.
95.
Coates still a leg away from qualification. Oh, the grouping.
180.
Whenever you watch the young players play, you're always looking at how they're responding and what they're doing.
140.
So many times see great front-running young players come through that when everything's going well, they look amazing. But what we're seeing here is so impressive from the pair because they're both being hit, they're both being asked questions, they both need to deliver at key moments, and they continue to do so. Archie Self has got better and better as this game has gone on.
Henry require 86.
And after 9 darts, he's on 41 and may not even get a shot. That is just the level and the quality which these two are dishing up, and a bullseye there for Henry Coates. Gives him the 2 legs that he needs.
5th leg, Archie 2 for Rofer.
And a huge look to the heavens for Archie Self. I think he knew full well about the permutations. He is now eliminated, and the 16-year-old who earned his spot here by going unbeaten in week 4, defeating James Buckby by 4 legs to 0 in his maiden regulation week final.
58.
It is the end of the line as Coates continues to go from strength to strength.
Brutal as well,
54.
wasn't it, there for Archie Self? A tough one to swallow. What an amazing leg of darts to be down after just 9 to a simple 2-dart combination. Was averaging 108.5 at that point.
140.
Lots to be admired and lots for him to take away in his journey going forward. But he looks beaten, doesn't he?
96.
He does, but he would have learned a lot about himself here this week. Let's not forget he lost his opening 7 matches in Group A, and what a response it
96.
was. It is easy to forget he is just 16 years of age. He still has the world at his feet.
100.
He has to take the positives and learn from this experience because, as we mentioned earlier, bumps in the road for these young players
80.
are good.
Absolutely. He is trending in the right direction all the time.
140.
A positive week, he may not feel it right now.
Henry require
Give him a
127.
couple of days and he'll be able to take very positive stock from this.
87.
Henry Coates,
Archie
we've
require 51.
got to now start considering just how much of a threat he
James
is to
on
this
the 5th
title.
leg. Archie Self.
Because the way he's dealing with this situation,
6th leg,
despite
Henry
being
2
3-2 down,
first. Game on.
has been nothing other than extraordinary.
93.
The numbers tell the story. These two, you
140.
didn't know about them already coming into the Super Series. My word, you know about them now. Henry Coates, the Rising Stars champion, and he wants to defend that title, by the way.
140.
He wants to win this one as well. He feels like he is ready.
57.
Coates defeated Series 12 champion Charlie Manby en route to that Rising Stars success. Archie
58.
Self defeated Series 10 champion Jensen Walker in that Lakeside Youth Final a couple of years ago.
100.
These two could have a real, genuine rivalry that spans for decades.
$58. Henry requires 76.
Wide of the target. Too wide for Coates' liking, but he
on the 6th
rescues
leg.
himself with
Henry
that
Coates.
double 4, and we do go to
7 from
our
far
last
leg,
leg
Archie 2
shootout,
throw
and this
first.
is
Game on.
just one to enjoy.
43.
Straight in. And again.
140.
And almost again. Are we seeing the rising star
99.
Henry Coates turn in to a superstar?
Well, until this point, you'd have to say Henry Coates has been player of the night and continues to impress. He's running at an average of 106, which is roughly where he's been for the entirety of this
64.
game.
And these sort of performances have been no stranger to him. He's had a ton plus
96.
average every single day this week.
100.
An incredible
Henry, you
feat.
require 134.
And he'll have 6 to cap it off.
94.
Makes the setup look easy. Archie Self is a superstar.
100.
Not just of the future, but of the here and now as well.
Henry, you
But
require 40.
he's put his darts away and he's been forced into submission. But he's going to have to go and
30.
pick him up again.
Archie, you require 95.
Could he see out his Champions Week campaign with a win?
90.
Well,
Henry, you
you
require
can
10.
forgive him just a hint of petulance
Game shot.
because
and
he
the
has
match.
been
Henry
brutalised by Henry Coates, who sails into the semi-final. A school of hard knocks herself, who will be back, of that there is no doubt. His star will continue to rise, but it could be the rising star that ends up winning the big one. We've got a 9-dart shootout to come after the break.
Welcome back to Champions Night in Series 14 at the Modus Super Series, where the group stages have been completed, but only one player has been eliminated so far. That's Archie Self. He needed to win 4-0 to go through to the semi-finals, or 4-1 for a 9-dart shootout. But Henry Coates, the only man who's won both of his games tonight, goes through as the Group 2 winner. All the drama, though, coming in Group 1. Every player getting a 4-3 victory, and that means one thing. For the second time on a Champions Night, it's a 9-dart shootout.
Here at the Modus Super Series, we love a proper shootout. On finals night, if each player in the group wins a match and all the results are the same, then we go to a 9-dart shootout to decide who progresses to the semi-finals. Each player throws 9 darts. The 2 players with the highest score go through and the loser gets an early bath. If any players are tied, then we have 3 more darts each until we have a winner. So now you know what it's all about. Sit back, put your feet up and enjoy the shootout. Game on!
Yeah, it is time for a 9-dart shootout. The tension is rising here at the Live Lounge, and the 3 Group 1 players are on stage ready to battle it out in a pure form of darts. And it's going to be pure box office, isn't it, Matthew, Edgar? We love this kind of thing. I think the only 3 people that aren't really going to enjoy it are the ones on stage.
Absolutely. It's going to be a very harsh way for someone to lose this when they've come through their week, they've got through their groups here this week, they've battled hard, they've picked up a win tonight, and one of them is going to be eliminated in the cruelest of fashions.
Just want to quickly tell you about how do they decide who throws first. So there is a bull-off, but then they choose position. Derek Coulson won that bull-up, chose second spot. What do you think of that?
See, I've been racking my brain thinking, if I was down there now, what way would I do this? Do I want to go first? Do I want to go last? I think I'd prefer last. But I think Derek Coulson's put himself in the middle there just so he's got that safety cushion, because he doesn't have to top this. He just has to beat one person. And I think that's probably his logic here. Go in the middle, try and beat the player who goes first, and then have the backup plan knowing this coming in behind. So I think you could make an argument for and against in any sort of situation of going into bat here. Some people would probably suggest going first and try and set the pace. But the player in last has always got that advantage of the 25.
And that's Ashley Coleman. He came second, chose last. Jack Aldridge first, didn't have a choice as to where he finished up. We have had a 9-dart shootout on a Champions Night before. That happened in Series 9. And if there is going to be a 9-dart shootout, the drama of it, well, these are the players that went through it then. David Davis, Scott Taylor and Andreas Harrison. Yep. I mean, good signs, I suppose, that 2 of them were series champions.
Well, there's one thing here. You can't prepare for this. There's no way you can practice, train, prepare, or do anything in regards to this situation. This comes down to one thing. This comes down to bottle and character. And that's all this is going to be. There is no way that any of the players in any part of their preparation would have envisioned even being in this situation tonight. It's all about bottle.
What should they be targeting as a number in mind? What should be the safety point, do you think, here?
Treble a throw. If you can get a treble a throw, you've got a real good opportunity. You'll be very unfortunate not to get through with that. That's why coming in last is a good advantage. Because if people are getting the trebles, you've obviously got with that last start the opportunity to come down to the 25, which would bring you over the top of the other scores.
Okay. 9 darts each. Who scores the highest? The top 2 go through. Bottom place eliminated. Sam Mulliner will call the action.
How are the nerves holding up? All right? Thought so. Jack Aldridge is going to get this 9-dart shootout underway after being put into bat by Derek Coulson and Ashley Coleman. Interesting that Derek did elect to go second. None of these have been in this position before. This group has been so tense. All 3 matches between the trio going the distance. And we wind up here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the 9-dart shootout. The winner in second place will go on to the semi-finals. The person who comes last will unfortunately be going home. It will be Jack to go first. Also, if 2 players do score the same, they throw 3 darts again until we have a winner. It'll be Jack to go first. Game on.
You can feel the tension. Matthew Edgar says a treble, a visit, and Aldridge. One on the floor. You
40.
may feel as though he is already playing catch-up. Coulson has a target to aim for, and it's only 40. Can he put one over the top?
83.
Oh. Crucial treble 20. He's only on 83. Coleman straight into the red.
122.
Oh, brilliant. Advantage Coleman. Aldridge has to recover, and he's doing a good job of it.
150.
Now questions are being asked of Derek Coulson, the tournament favourite. Said earlier this week he's not happy with his scoring power.
57.
And he's gone treble-less. Derek is in trouble.
60.
No treble this time by Coleman. And all of a sudden, Aldridge from a position of weakness.
60.
Is that enough? Here is where Coulson's Champions Night could be won or lost. Where does he go? Maybe looking at the 25 and gets it. Coulson is through.
100.
Oh, and Coleman, he joins
That
him.
concludes your 9-dart challenge.
It's Jack Aldridge that has been eliminated. Aldridge is going home. It was tense, it was nervy, but you have to feel for Jack Aldridge. The second dart out of the 9 wound up on the floor. He is devastated, and you can't blame him.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted to throw again, didn't he, Jack Aldridge? He wanted to have another chance, but his chance is over in the most brutal and cruel fashion. We've been watching that. It was a really captivating watch, actually, wasn't it? There were moments in there, it looked like Derek Coulson wasn't going to get going. We were chatting about potential mathematical error, a strange decision in the middle of that.
Yeah, it really came down to at the end there as well, when a straight ton would have drawn him level, and he opted to go to the 17s on the switch. Now, I get it in a leg of 501. The 17s is the better switch, certainly for Derek, who likes a double 16. But why in a high-scoring contest are you not switching down to the 19s? Those 2 points meant on that last visit he just needed a straight ton. Instead, he gambled and went for the 25. It paid off for him on that occasion.
Was the most significant dart in the whole shootout the one that ended up on the floor?
Oh, I said a 9-dart shootout was the cruelest way to send someone home. I'd say that's probably even worse now, because Jack Aldridge, that dart that went on the floor was in the treble 20. It was clearly in, didn't stay in the board. It has to be retrieved for it to count, so that one won't count, and that has cost him his place here at Champions Week.
In terms of the players that are going through, I mean, we don't need to try and describe how Jack Aldridge will be feeling right now. I think we've got a very good picture, but the terms of the players that are going through, how will they be feeling?
Relieved. You're happy and you're joyful when you prepare for something and you deliver the skill. I said before that no one's prepared for that. No one knows how to get ready for that. It's just you go up there and you hope. And there was a lot of darts there that was sort of thrown with hope. And for those, I see nothing but relief. Now it's a case of regrouping. Like, how do you go in the back room now and come down? You don't have a lot of time now. It's about refocusing because there's a big job at hand to do.
We'll preview the semi-finals shortly. Just let's have a word on the 2 players that have departed. First of all, Jack threw that 9-dart shootout. I mean, there is no shame in that, is there?
No, it couldn't have been any harsher. The 9-dart shootout, the dart on the floor, I think we can pick those points out, but we've got to give him full credit for how he responded to that as well, because he was quite a bit behind after the first 3 darts, came out and delivered a 140 with the second visit. That is class, and it was a real touch of class there for Jack Aldridge, just confirming what we've seen from him throughout the week. We knew at the start of the year as a player we really wanted to get here at the Super Series. Certainly when he was playing the way he was at Q School. He's come here and he's delivered exactly what we kind of expected from him. I'm really looking forward to seeing him back again here in Series 15.
Yeah, beat Derek Coulson tonight. Maybe watching him lift the trophy at the end of the evening. That's the way it can go here. Archie Self went out in the group stages. Just ran into someone too good in Henry Coates, didn't he?
He's shown his class, Archie Self did. 16-year-old. Wow. He's one to keep an eye on. And I think anyone who didn't know the name Archie Self beforehand is certainly going to be looking out for him now. When he was eliminated, he was averaging 108 at that point. If you come here tonight and average 180 in any game you think you're going to win, not just win the match, not just win the leg, but go on and win the title. And he just ran into the wrong performance at the wrong time. You could see he was disappointed and dejected. He'll be disappointed for a few days. There was a lot of build-up and preparation for Archie Self to get ready for this. And that disappointment, the instant, will be there. Come about Wednesday, he'll look back, it'll be positive, and there's so much more in the future for him that he shouldn't be down for too long.
Right, let's now confirm for you the lineup for the semi-finals. Once the 9-dart shootout drama is out of the way, we've got plenty more of it to come. It's straight knockout darts from here on in, though. And Ashley Coleman will be first in the end by winning the shootout. He won the group. He'll take on Scott Robertson, and then Henry Coates clashing with Derek Coulson. We'll come on to that, but let's start with semi-final number 1. Coleman versus Robertson. Interesting sort of different routes they've taken to get here tonight.
I see two completely different stories here. For Coleman and Robertson, I see this as a real opportunity for one of them to be playing in the game of their life. This is a game that neither of them are going to look at and really fear as such. They've got very similar CVs. It's not like we're looking at someone who's come off the tour or has had big success elsewhere, who's got experience. And this is two players that are very, very similar that are going to battle it out to be on the biggest stage possible for them. I'm excited for that one.
In terms of Ashley Coleman, I mean, if you look at what he's done tonight, any play, you could say this for the 9-dart shootout, he's probably exceeded expectations, hasn't he? Not just tonight, but this week.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of people very happy for Ashley Coleman. He's got a good fan base. A lot of people support him. A lot of people want him to do well. They know he's got the ability and what he's capable of, but now he's showing it on a big stage with a big prize fund. We know what he would do with the money. He's already told us he wants to reinvest it back within his career. He wants to be a professional dart player. When he won the week, he said about being able to live your dreams. He could live his dream tonight.
Yeah, the pod squad will be watching, some of them in the audience tonight for Ashley Coleman. For Scott Robertson, I think he's got a fan base of one in the arena, his partner, but she makes us plenty of noise in supporting him. And he said it last week, you know, he wanted to be in Group B, got through Group B, had to sort of ride his luck a little bit in the group stages tonight, but he could be on for an incredible week, couldn't he? Winning last Saturday, £5,000, that could become £30,000 by the end of tonight.
And I've mentioned at the start of the show, the opportunities and doors it opens, things like the Global Championships, being certain to come back here to the Super Series, because he spoke very fondly about when he first came here. It was almost imposter syndrome. I'm not sure I'm supposed to be here. This isn't the sort of arena I should be playing my darts in. Well, now maybe that's changed. That should change in the mentality for Scott Robertson. I've talked about how he doesn't fully believe in himself to the level of the darts he's shown. He's shown ability beyond his own personal belief. Hopefully this will give him the sort of belief to kick on and really go and take on the world of darts.
5 of us have worked on air on this Champions Week, and we were asked who we thought would win. 3 said Derek Coulson, 2 said Henry Coates. That's the semi-final.
Well, as far as tonight goes, the 2 that said Henry Coates are probably looking a little bit smug right now, because Henry Coates has been the player of the night. Not even close. The way he's been taking out his shots, his opportunities, the way he's been responding, the averages he's been putting in, he has been the star of the show. Derek Coulson, I feel maybe a little bit fortunate at times to be here. But if we're going to take a look at sort of where Derek Coulson's game is, he's just done enough, but it's not peaked. And then with that in mind, we're expecting it at some point.
Yeah, but Henry Coates himself, I mean, as you say, he's been fantastic this evening, hasn't he? Have we seen, now we saw pictures earlier on of when he had that Rising Stars success, have we seen a real maturing of a dart player?
we get to see it so often, don't we? We're so fortunate here at the Super Series that we get to see these young, raw talents, and we get to see them develop, not just here, but what they're doing in other tours around the world. And Henry is very, very active right now across the various systems, and all that experience is sort of coming through. We can sort of see his journey. He's looking well. He's looking a lot healthier. He's taking darts very seriously and looking at things he can do away from the sport as well. Darts in 2026 isn't just about standing at the hockey and throwing as many darts as you can. You need all those extra keys and all those extra percentages. And he's seriously working at his game, and you can really see it paying off on the match.
You mentioned Derek Coulson maybe struggling a little bit tonight. Well, struggling to a semi-finals, a good habit to have. In a way, would this one almost mean more than if he crossed the line before, for how hard he's seeming to have to work for this?
Hard work is exactly what it is, but Derek Coulson's not afraid of hard work. Derek Coulson's been around the game for a long time. Yes, he's coming into this level of darts quite late, but he has experience. And I've described Derek Coulson so many times as reliable. Tonight, that's probably all it's been. It's been reliable, it's not been exceptional. He's got so many more gears to go through. And he's going to have to. He's against the darts, against a quality operator and the player of the night. That game's going to be class.
Yeah, it is going to be tough, isn't it, here at the Modus Super Series tonight. And whoever does win will be joining an illustrious list of names. Jack Drayton, the most recent champion, he followed in the footsteps, of course, of Charlie Manby, who went on to have success at the PDC World Championship. Not long after that win, Canada's Jeff Smith winning Series 11, and Jensen Walker, the other winner last year. We go all the way back to Series 1 with Conan Whitehead's win, and famously Luke Littler winning Series 3 and 4. In terms of all the 4 remaining, it kind of is that sort of story that you see when you look across that list of players, isn't it? That they're all coming from different angles, and it would all mean very different things. But I think ultimately, like you said, right now, it would be the best thing.
Oh, absolutely. For Derek Coulson, this would be like his crowning moment, I believe. For everybody else, certainly for Ashley and for Henry, I think they're sort of on a journey where this is going to be part of their process and part of their CV. For Scott Robertson, this will change his life. He will realise that I'm not just a part-time dart player who's okay. I'm a serious contender who's got one of the biggest titles in the amateur game.
2 steps from that life-changing moment, Scott Robertson and Ashley Coleman are your first semi-final.
Double 16,
Game
and
shot,
Ashley Coleman
and
is up
Ashley Coleman.
and running.
Look, he's still got another game to come against Henry Coates. He's probably going to have to win it and win it big. Double 18 for Scott Robertson to wrap it up with an 11 dart leg. And that 4-1 win means, as a minimum... Welcome back to the action where it is time for the semi-finals here at Champions Night 14 at the Modus Super Series. We are coming to you live on Pluto TV, and we're still in full voice here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth! Let's toe the hockey and let's meet the semi-finalists. Firstly, could you please welcome a Challenge Tour quarter-finalist, the ADC East of England champion. He's the Prince of Darkness. He's Ashley Coleman! And now it's time to meet a player who is enjoying the year of his life. Winner of the Denmark Masters, winner of the England Open, he's Scott Robertson!
Well, it's pretty straightforward from here on in, and the players will be relieved to know that straight knockout darts what they are used to. And the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman, is hoping to land the knockout blow to Scott Robertson here. It's been a really tumultuous evening for Robertson, who has been, as Matthew Edgar mentioned, pinching himself all throughout this week. Every time we've spoke to him, Scott Robertson has been almost surprised to be here. Well, he's in the semis and he's going to take on Ashley Coleman, who has just been through it, and more recently than anybody else as well, having winning that 9-dart shootout. He won Group 1 and therefore plays in a semi-final less than 10 minutes after that 9-dart shootout came to an end. And he is up against this man who did lose a game 4-1 tonight, Scott Robertson, but also won a game 4-1. Could have been in a 9-dart shootout. Would have been relieved to see that the man that beat him went on to beat Archie Self as well. That man was Henry Coates. Robertson bounced back and got the victory he needed to go through, and is about to do the tungsten tango with Coleman. Referee all night, and he's been made to work as hard as anybody, hasn't he, Andrew Culling? And guiding you through the action for this first semi-final, Matthew Edgar, alongside Sam Mulliner.
Thank you, Murph. Barely had chance to catch our breath off the back of that 9-dart shootout, but once again, the Prince of Darkness holding his nerve. This time last week, things got very nervy for that man, Scott Robertson, who is still riding the crest of a wave.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Ashley to
follow up
first.
that Week 12 win with the biggest weekly win of them all here on Champions Night. Coleman, after winning the 9-dart shootout, earning the right to throw first in the semi-final,
100.
starts with a ton.
Not a big turnaround, though, was it, there for Ashley Coleman? He would have gone through every single emotion possible during that 9-dart shootout.
59.
And then it's literally just 9 minutes or so, and then back to it, try and focus for another game of 5:01.
68.
Is that a good thing? Would you prefer that, not having chance in the back room to let those adrenaline levels drop?
Personally, in that situation, I'd have liked the gap between the two. If it was a
76.
normal game of darts and you've just won, I don't mind getting straight back onto it and playing again. But I think just because it brings you out of that
58.
sort of comfort zone, and I can only sort of go off other sort of times I've played, like playing cricket recently over in Las Vegas. It makes you think more. You become more aware. In a 9-dart shootout, you can't just switch your mind off and just play darts, just play the board, just play the patterns.
140.
It makes you so... I mean, look at Derek Coulson. You have to take a step back and opt in to go for the 25. You don't do that after 9 darts.
81.
Playing the patterns almost cost him the switch down to the 17s.
Robertson, a chance to steal a march on Coleman. This, of course, the first meeting between the pair this
140.
week. No scar tissue for Robertson after Coleman run riot.
162.
Group A.
Scott, you require
And again,
86.
despite giving Robertson a chance to break, Coleman is there, waiting expectantly, ready to pounce. 7-7 for that break.
72.
Knows the significance.
Ashley, you require 32. Game
As
shot of the
Coleman
first
finds
leg.
the double
Ashley
eight.
Coleman.
Time
Second
after
leg,
time,
Scott to throw first.
he's enjoying himself.
Game on.
And he's taking his chances. Which again, all week, opponents have not taken against him.
100. Thank you. $100.
I wonder if this is the point that Scott Robertson really starts to believe in the level and the gears of which he's got.
27.
It's quite refreshing, isn't it? Seeing all these different stories, all these different journeys coming to a head.
140.
Speaking to him over the course of the last couple of nights and indeed this afternoon, he's never one to big himself up, and he really should start doing so. He hit a 9-darter here a couple of nights ago.
100.
He earned his right to be here in this semi-final.
180.
Ashley Coleman looking much more reliable right now. Looking much more assured of himself.
He wants to follow in the footsteps of Luke Littler. It is only the Nuke who has
60.
won a Champions Night
Ashley
from
require 81.
Group 1. And by winning Group A. Time. Might not need it.
65.
Does though, but Robertson, again, there are signs of nerves. It's tentative.
It's been too deliberate, isn't he? This is not what we've seen from Robinson. Yes, he's not the most quick to the oche, but it's almost like he's trying to control emotions
98.
too much rather than
Ashley
just
requires
running
16.
with things.
Game shot in the second
Taking
leg.
too much time, and he
Ashley
might not be
Coleman.
on the stage for too long. Because that
Third leg,
is a
Ashley
breaker
to
throw
throw
for Ashley
first.
Coleman.
Game on.
If Robinson's to win this, he needs to now find 2. He is in big trouble.
57.
Seems to be the theme of the night, doesn't it? Centreman players playing Ashley Coleman, just trying to slow things
41.
down. I wonder if they're a little bit concerned about getting caught in the whirlwind of the pace, because we saw the same from Derek Coulson earlier on. Being very deliberate in that approach to the point
100.
where they hadn't delivered a dart, and Ashley Coleman's already stood waiting at the back.
Yeah, Coleman plays with a real nice pace about it. I wouldn't call Scott Robertson or indeed Derek Coulson slow, but it is very easy for players of that
95.
sort of pace to get caught up in the heat of battle, caught up with the pace being set by Ashley. Because the let-up,
135.
the more deliberate routine from Robinson isn't deterring Coleman by any stretch.
And it's not even just the pace at which he throws the darts, it's the whole package, isn't it? It's the second Robertson
41.
starts moving, Coleman's already at the oche. And then the second he's delivered the last dart, he's there to collect. Everything about Ashley Coleman is pacey when it comes to the throwing of the darts.
59.
Again, he's just trying to take this sting out of proceedings. Because ever since he scuppered that chance for an early break, it has been all Coleman.
135. Ashley require
Nice
150.
find for Robertson, but it's not enough. Whereas the
110.
nice find for Coleman has rounded it off to 3 darts at a double guaranteed. Unless it's a 5 or something, of course.
Can't see that happening somehow.
59.
Coleman
Ashley
is
require
going from
14.
strength to strength.
Game
And
shot
there
in the
is
third leg.
absolutely
Ashley
zero
Coleman.
let-up. Coleman
Fourth leg,
accelerating.
Scott to throw
His
first.
average north of 98.
Game on.
3 from 5 on the outer ring. He's got the bit between his teeth. Robertson, a real significant drop-off. He would tell you himself he got away with it a little bit en route to that weekly title just 7 days ago.
140.
He's not going to get away with it here. He has to earn every single leg.
Quite often we say that averages are a guide and they should only
57.
be used as so, but on this occasion, the averages tell the story. Ashley Coleman is significantly the better player right now.
$97.
Just wonder if the belief is there for Robertson.
140.
Because it certainly is for Ashley Coleman.
140. $45. Scott, you require 124.
Well, when you're 3-0 down, you're staring defeat in the face of your biggest game of your career. It's very easy just to roll over, not Scott Robertson. Not built
99.
that way. He's battling. He's scrapping. Although a questionable choice to go for the bullseye.
95. Scott, you require 25.
Could have been a sign of just trying to fire himself up. Could have been a sign of desperation. Nevertheless, it's 88.
21.
And he's chasing doubles
Ashley
right the way
require
around the board now.
164.
Coleman, what a way this would be. But he falls at the first.
Well, it could have been and should have been 3 darts at a double last time for Robertson. It will be this time. But the problem now is Coleman is within striking
Scott, you require
range.
4.
The time and the luxury is now gone. The time for delivery is here.
Double one.
2.
Confidence
require 107.
evaporating from Robertson. Coleman brimming.
52.
But even then,
Scott, you require
gives
2.
Robertson another chance. This would only be for a hold of throw.
Who enjoys double one? Answer, no one.
Game shown
In fact, correct that. Scott Robertson loves double one right now. He is the biggest fan in the world of double one right now because it's kept him in this match. But again, something that should be a joyful moment will probably feel quite relieving.
27.
Finding a double at the 8th attempt, Robertson. Coleman, only 27 points with his opening visit.
42.
Scott cannot capitalise. Coleman's errors this week have not been punished.
132.
Every miss now
97.
starting to amplify itself for Scott Robertson. And that's because there is no time.
119.
Time running out quite quickly. Almost feels now or never.
$100.
There's a cursory glance to the scoreboard there
59.
for Robertson. Maybe he is determined to slow this right down. But again, though, I don't think it works. Coleman,
44.
a genuine opportunity
Actually require
to be the first
164.
player since Luke Littler to win a series title after winning Group A and coming from Group 1 on
124.
Champions Night. He leaves tops.
It's out of Robertson's hands. There is literally nothing he can do from here. The only thing he can do is hit and hope that Ashley Coleman is unable to cross the line. But he's 3 from 5 to this point is Ashley Coleman.
Require 40.
This could be his crowning moment.
Bends that wire down. Needs to go the other side of that marker, but puts it alongside. Robertson needs to find this 1, 2, 3 as easy as ABC. Slow on approach. Methodical. But still tenacious. Treble 18. Coleman will now return.
97. Ashley, you require 40.
Ashley Coleman to put himself in the series final. It's double 10. It
Game
is
shot.
there,
And
and he is
Ashley
there.
Coleman.
Dismantles Scott Robertson, who again, it was nervy once he got to the knockout stages. but it is Coleman that could do something only Luke Littler has done before. Winning Group A in a Champions Week, coming through Group 1, could he land a big one?
Welcome back to Champions Night at the Modus Super Series, where that man, Ashley Coleman, is the first player to book his place in the final. A 4-1 win against Scott Robertson in the semis sees the Prince of Darkness make it through. Confirmation of that result, Robertson with a fantastic campaign to back up winning in week 12, but week 13 is always Champions Week and he just falls short at the semi-final stages this time. Coleman through, and we'll wait to find out who he takes on as semi-final number 2 is Henry Coates against Derek Coulson.
Just a hint of petulance.
Game shot.
Because he has been brutalised by Henry Coates, who sails into the semi-final. 3 match starts. He's missed one already for a 9-dart shootout. That's where we're going. Group 1 of Champions Night goes to a 9-dart shootout.
Welcome back to the action. It's time for our second semi-final here at Champions Night 14 at the Modus Super Series. We are coming to you live on Pluto TV, and we are here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's toe the hockey and let's meet the players. Firstly, could you please welcome one of the brightest young stars in the sport. He is a former Development Tour champion. He is the Rising Stars champion, Triple H, Henry Cole! And now it's time to meet a Super Series legend, a 6-time weekly winner, a champion on the Challenge Tour. He's DC Derek Coulson!
Well, this one has a feeling of the clash of the Tungsten Titans, doesn't it, as Derek Coulson takes on Henry Coates, one of the senior stars at the Super Series, taking on the man who was crowned our first ever Rising Stars champion here last year. And the star may well have risen, because now he's shooting for the big one. Triple H, Henry Coates, looking to make it through to the grand final of Series 14. The only player not to have tasted defeat tonight, and if he can win one more, then he will be up against Ashley Coleman in the big money match. Just 20 years of age, Henry Coates taking on Derek Coulson, one of the most regular winners on the Super Series stage. 38 years his senior, got a victory when he needed a victory in the groups tonight, and then made it through the 9-dart shootout. And it has to be said, no group win for Derek Coulson this week. Not in Group A, not in his secondary group, not on finals night, and also in the 9-dart shootout. Well, he kind of got through in second and has struggled through, you might say. There are other weeks, other Champions Nights when he's been the standout player. He's had to work hard for this tonight, and the way Henry Coates has been playing, he may have to work even harder. Can he find the gears and go through them?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Henry to throw first. Game on.
Well, there's no more waiting to find out. Matt and Sam will talk you through it.
Derek Coulson has been here twice before.
45.
In Series 10, the semi-final, losing out to Sam Spivey. Seaside Sam then going on to lose that final against Jensen Walker. In Series 12, Derek Coulson had one dart to beat Charlie Mamby in the semi-final. Mamby went on to lift that series
61.
title. Will it be third time lucky in a semi-final on Champions Night for Coulson?
Well, Sam, I'm going to bring up something you said earlier on in the night. You suggested if
45.
Derek Coulson got through this match, he'd win the title. This was the one you thought would be the issue. And not only that, he's going up against the player of the night in Henry Coates.
99.
I stand by what I said. We've seen fragilities, chinks in the armour when it's come to a semi-final before for Derek. I've just illustrated what has happened the two times he has been here
100.
before. when he went unbeaten in his regulation week, his 6th weekly title. The only chink in the armour came in that semi-final against Radek Zagansky. He fell short in the World Seniors semi-final against Graham Usher. Once he gets past a semi-final, it's almost like the pressure is lifted. But you have to say, you are right. Henry Coates has been by far and away the player of the night so far.
Well, the semi-finals a very
84.
awkward round because you've come so far, you've played so much, you've won a week, you've got through your group, you've got through your group on finals night. But yeah, if you lose this game, it kind of feels like
60.
you were still so far away from the title, and it's like disappointment almost going out in the semi-final.
73. Derek, you require 56.
Derek has a chance to break. A couple of troublous visits by Coates, affording Coulson this opportunity, which he takes.
Derek Coulson.
It has been heavy going. The
Second
Market
leg,
Drayton
Derek
Massive
to
are in the live
Rothar.
lounge tonight.
Game on.
But this has been a different route to this stage for Derek this time, as Chris Murphy alluded to.
49.
Coming into tonight, you felt like he had more to give. Henry Coates has been a battering ram since Wednesday, really.
140.
Recording a ton plus average, a ton plus winning average each and every single day here this week.
There could be one thing, though, on the mind of Derek Coulson. That's
100.
keep Henry Coates under pressure. Henry Coates is still learning. He's still developing. This will be one of, if not
93.
the biggest game so far in his career. It goes back to what I was saying about that semi-final. It'll feel like he's got so far. It'll feel like he's got so close. You lose this and you go back to a regulation week, you're a long way off again. And Coulson looking to keep the pressure up. He's done the hard bit. He's got the breaker throw of which you'd need.
85.
And that is the first time I have seen Henry Coates' board management be wrong. He should have been over at the 18s. He persisted. He tried to get a treble 20. The 18 would have left him a finish.
100.
And now he's given Derek Coulson a little bit of breathing room.
It is very warm in that auditorium. I had a little walk around just as
50.
we're building up to the
Derek, you require
semi-finals.
112.
It is stifling. Coulson, though, looking to double his lead with a ton plus check
72.
out, but tops isn't there
Henry
for him
require
on this
133.
occasion. Coates, no stranger to piling in a big check out, but again, won't be troubling one on this occasion.
57. Derek, you require
A little
40.
bit of inexperience rearing its head in the early part of this semi-final. And the man with the experience, Derek Coulson, cashing in. That confirms the break of throw.
Third leg, Henry to Rothar.
Using the old
Game on.
Rod Harrington analogy.
Can't keep Henry Coates down for too long, though. Derek does lead the head-to-head between the pair, who, of course, this is their 6th meeting.
54.
Both in Group A, both in Group B. Monday and Tuesday, Derek with wins of 4-2, 4-1 respectively. The 4-3, though,
140.
for Henry Coates on Wednesday. Happy graduation. Was crucial and sent Coulson on a real downward spiral. Again, I repeat, I maintain, if Henry Coates does not take out the 160 to beat Coulson 4-3 on Wednesday, I believe Coulson wins the group.
180.
I was quite critical in the last leg of Henry Coates and his board management for the first ever time of watching him. What a response.
140.
Back-to-back 140s and a maximum.
41.
Down after just 9 darts. This is the sort of reactive play we have seen from him throughout the week, which is why we said he's been
21.
player of the week so far.
Derek
But a
require
nervous look over to the
167.
scoreboard to see where DC is, and he is on a biggie.
But he's not on an outie now. So Coates will return
46.
in search of a 13-dart leg
Henry require 20.
to win his first leg of this semi-final. Has to move across to open up the target. He keeps on going,
No score.
but he doesn't find, and
Derek
a
require
smile
121.
of disgust. Coulson looking to compound a bit of misery. Coates looks at the floor. Coulson is looking at the bullseye.
96.
Let off.
Henry require 20. No score.
Well,
Derek
Henry
require
Coates,
25.
he did not see this coming. 7 missed starts now at the outer ring. He was punished the first time round. He has been punished again. Derek Coulson, 3-0. 2 breaks of throw.
Full flag Derek to
Full
throw first.
control.
Game on.
Dare I suggest a word of caution for Coulson fans? Henry Coates has been in a position like this before. Remember that Rising
100.
Stars final against Ryan Branley.
It's time to dig deep. It's time to draw on those experiences, and there'll be plenty of positive
140.
experiences like this that Henry Coates has had in the past, where he's been able to turn around from very similar positions. We know he's got the talent. We know he's got the ability. This isn't like he's being blown off the board by Derek Coulson. Derek Coulson throughout this game has been around the high 80 mark. We know that Henry Coates can quite easily run and hang out for quite some time around the 105 mark.
He's off the boil at the moment, is Coates. And I say at the moment because you may think time is running out, but that is the respect you have to give the 20-year-old from Matlock. Because, as I say, he has been in this position before and got himself out of the mire. The problem for Coates this time, however, is he's dealing with
100.
someone of the mould of Derek
Derek
Coulson.
require 121.
You feel like he's dealing with the situation intrinsically as well.
Match start at the bullseye.
96.
But again, it's green and not red.
Henry require 126.
Henry Coates would love a dart at the bullseye. He's going to have to find a treble 19 if he's going to get one, and he's not. Derek Coulson,
54.
one
Derek, you
good
require
dart away from the
25.
final.
Well, normally the wobble for Coulson is in the semi-final, but it's Coates that has wobbled. Third match start.
17.
Not taken, and maybe there is a wobble
Henry
after
require
all.
72.
Double 12. That is why you never count him out.
Fifth leg, Henry to throw first. Game on.
Derek Coulson has missed 3 match starts for a whitewash win.
140.
We offered that word of caution in regards to Henry Coates has been here before and found a way through against a very promising player like Ryan Branley. And he did that to
100.
highlight the fact that the fight and the character, the tenacity of Henry Coates, which is on full display here. He is battling hard.
134.
Numbers-wise, already put around about 12 points on the average.
85.
You're already starting to think ahead, think forward. The next leg could be key, because it does look like we're going that way right now.
97.
Yeah, finish line jitters for Coulson.
He's got to get it done, hasn't he? He's got to get it done fast, because right now Henry Coates is once again moving
60.
towards being the best player on the
Henry
stage.
require 130.
If this goes to a last leg decider, Coates will have Branley on the brain. Coulson would have those
118.
missed match darts on the brain. Derek probably thinking about the next leg now.
60. Henry, you require 12.
Angles there. Over adjusted. Bottom of the
Game
board.
show on the 5th leg.
No
Henry
dramas.
This is the one.
Sick leg,
This is the leg for Derek Coulson. You'd fear the worst if Henry Coates can get a breaker throw here. And that's inviting. That's exactly where he wanted it to be if it wasn't in the treble 20.
100.
Yeah, one had to go, didn't it? Off the back of Henry Coates putting in the best 2 legs of this semi-final so far.
85.
Copped a straight into the 5.
Being hit back like that, 14 and 15, can often start to make you wonder. You can start to think back to those 3 missed match darts.
135.
But not Derek Coulson. Plowing on, sticking to the job. That was a little bit jittery from Henry Coates.
95.
For the first time, signs of pressure creeping into
96.
the throw of Henry Coates. It has to be a max.
That signifies that Coulson will have 6 from
134.
the big
Derek
fish.
to require 170.
But if he can't dispatch and reel it in, he has to leave it sweet. All about the setup. Needs at least a treble. Has to find one, otherwise Coates will return rejuvenated.
58.
There is a chance. Coates clinging on to hope that he has 6 from 187. It's all about the setup for him. He's chasing
42.
a treble but finds a problematic one.
Derek, you require 112.
Given the way Coates has been finding these 3 figure-out shots all week, you just never know. Will he get a shot? It's the 4th match start for DC
80.
and still
Henry, you require
the
145.
wait goes on. He will be back.
87.
2
Derek, you require
times a
32.
losing Champions Night semi-finalist. Coulson returns 3 darts in hand. And
Game
it
shot.
is
And
3rd time
Derek
lucky.
Coulson.
He is into his 1st series final. The young gun is out of ammunition. Henry Coates, mark my words, he is a star of the future. He's the star of the here and now. But tonight it could be Coulson's night. He faces Ashley Coleman. And the trend is well and truly bucked, because either Coulson or Coleman will be the first since Luke Littler to win from Group 1 on Champions Night.
So the final is set for Series 14. Ashley Coleman got the better of Scott Robertson in the first semi-final. The Prince of Darkness making it through to the final on Champions Night. The Group A winner will take on the Group A runner-up in Derek Coulson, who managed to get past Henry Coates. Looked like he was a star of the night, Treble H. Looked like he might be the man to beat, but Derek Coulson, the pre-tournament favourite, is in the final. And that is how they got there. Coleman getting the better of Scott Robertson by 4 legs to 1. All of Robertson's 3 matches tonight going 4-1 one way or the other. And Derek Coulson getting that win against Henry Coates. It looked like Coates was gearing up for a big run, but it is Coulson who makes the final. And that final will be getting underway very, very shortly indeed. The winner will pick up £25,000 and get their name on the Roll of Honour and that beautiful Modus Super Series trophy. Matthew Edgar is alongside me. You've been watching the action unfold tonight. And look, it's been a really dramatic night. There's been high quality. There have been different subplots all the way through. But in the end, it has felt a little bit like over the course of a week, there was a sense of inevitability in the collision course that Coleman and Coulson have been on.
Yeah, and it just goes to show as well how every game is different and everything needs to be approached separately, because Henry Coates, until that match, has been the star performer of the night and then just didn't deliver. I've never been critical in any way, shape or form of anything Henry Coates has ever done, because he's always managed himself so well. But I think the moment really got to him there. I've never seen the board management where he hasn't made the correct switch. He was trying to force the issue. I think played there with a little bit of panic. Derek Coulson's shown what he's got, and that's experience. And that's why he was the favourite. Yes, there are players in here that potentially have got higher ceilings, that can hit bigger numbers. But look at people like James Wade. The experience, they're winners, and Derek Coulson was tonight.
And he's going to play Ashley Coleman, who very like Derek Coulson. 2 or 3 years ago, he was just a good local darts player, wasn't he? Playing the local circuit in his region, got his opportunity here at the Modus Super Series, grabbed it with both hands, and now he stands on the brink of something really special.
He's got a dream, hasn't he? He's got a dream to be a professional dart player. Now, I think a lot of people have that dream. A lot of people with ability have that dream, but they never really get the opportunity, or they don't have the application to go and do it. Ashley Coleman could be about to do it. He could be about to lift for him the biggest title so far. And if you speak to him, he talks about how this would mean so much to him. It's going to be the biggest title he's ever won, could be the biggest title he ever wins. And the doors and the opportunities that it can unlock, but we can't undersell this. This is the biggest game of his life.
Certainly is the biggest game, perhaps, of both of their lives. But we've talked Coleman, and Henry Deacon and Sam Mulliner, who knows Derek Coulson pretty well. They're going to have a chat about DC.
Yes, I do. Henry, yeah, you know all about my relationship with Derek, but just take that out of the equation for a minute and let's just discuss the evolution of Coulson. 6-time weekly champion, fell twice at the semi-final stage. This is first series final. Can he go all the way?
Possibly. I mean, you said earlier on this week that maybe the semi-final might be the hardest hurdle because it's one that he's fallen at a couple of times. Sometimes in those situations, you say when you get through, you get to the final, it's a bit of a free roll. It's not that for Derek Coulson. In his own words, he said if he doesn't pick up a series title, he feels like a failure. And when you consider where he is on the Challenge Tour, he's second on that order of merit. He may only ever get one more opportunity to potentially play for the title. He may not ever play in a Champions weekend. We don't know. This might be the one and only opportunity that he gets to fulfill what he thinks here is his Super Series destiny.
Yeah, time is running out, as you quite rightly highlight, but both the finalists had to survive a 9-dart shootout, which makes you wonder, well, it makes you feel very sorry for Jack Aldridge.
It does, and particularly when you add in the fact he had that dart on the floor in his first visit. Who knows what that could have been? 20 points, 60 points, we don't quite know. And I'm sure that when he heads back up to the Midlands tonight, that dart is probably going to be in his sleep for the next week or so. Let's be perfectly honest. But the fact that they've come through that ordeal, I just wonder whether, to a certain extent, that's the most stressful part of the night so far for them, going through that and then particularly just going straight into the semi-finals. But this is the point now where they really will feel the nerves. They're backstage preparing both of them. This is their first major final. I know Derek Coulson's done a lot. He's won a lot of weeks here. He's won a Challenge Tour, but he's never played in a major final. Same as Ashley Coleman. This is a completely brand new experience for both players.
That Challenge Tour experience, though, will be crucial. Let's not forget how close Derek came in the Series 13 Champions Night. Only needed 2 legs in his final group match against Neil Duff. Only got 1. Fine margins. It's been fine margins all week here. Yes, Derek will probably go a favourite, but you just don't know.
You don't know, but one thing I do want to point to is the head-to-head. Now, we've got a former series champion here in Scott Taylor. When he won his series in Series 6, that week was defined by his rivalry against Tom Sykes. They went hammer and tongs with each other in Group A. They then met in the final. Scott Taylor would get over the line. I think I said it to you in commentary last night that there's a sense and feeling that this is a week where rivalries are developing, and these two have certainly been rivals from day dot. And now we head to the final. We've got to talk about the head-to-heads because Ashley Coleman has got a better record over Derek Coulson this week.
Only just.
Only just,
Only
but he still
just.
has it, doesn't he?
Yeah, you are correct. And that 9-dot shootout, of course, won by Coleman. Prediction time.
I was gonna say, you've got something in the races, so it's my turn to do the predictions. Do you know what? If it wasn't going to be Henry Coates, I always thought it was going to be Derek, because I predicted them two to be the final. So I think this time might be Derek's time. But do you know what? We've seen fairy tales happen before here at the Supers. It wouldn't surprise me if Coleman win it. But do you know, I just think that craft, that experience, that will to win, knowing what it's like to win on this stage multiple times, I'm just going to edge with Derek.
It's Coulson on the stage then. Is it Coleman in the studio?
Well, I mean, we both said Derek Coulson, didn't we? We're all more right than Henry. That's all that matters. Maybe a little bit of gloating. But look, right now, we're probably relieved if we're going to stick to our predictions. Because like you said, you would have gone for Henry Coates before the semi-final, surely.
And even now, I'm not 100% in my conviction regarding Derek Coulson. Derek Coulson has not been the better player of the night. Derek Coulson has just won his games. And that's what you've got to do. It sounds crazy, I say he's not been the best players in the final. But I'm also judging by the standards set by Derek Coulson. We expect more from him. We know there's a lot more from him. The danger, I suppose, for Ashley Coleman is the fact we've not seen the best of Derek Coulson yet. Does it now come out in the final?
Henry made a great point, didn't he? Before this final takes place, Coleman getting the better of Robertson in the semi, Coulson winning that match against Coates, and now they're going to meet in the final, and they're going to meet again, having obviously played. Well, they've been on stage twice together tonight, having played in the group stages and having played in the 9-dart shootout. Now, Coleman is only edging that head-to-head by virtue of that 9-dart shootout, by winning the 9-dart shootout. There is nothing between them in terms of the results. And to be honest, there's not much between them in terms of performance either this week.
No, it's very, very hard to split them. Absolutely. And when you get to a final, like I've sat in this chair a lot and like tried to look at all the different stories and narratives, and you look for head-to-head clashes. You look for when you actually are the player in the final, you don't care about any of that. You know, you could have lost to the player 9 times before. It doesn't really matter. In a final, it's all about the moment. And when I look at this, who's going to handle the moment better? Because that's all it's going to come down to. Now, Derek Coulson's not been at his best, but he's been steady, he's been consistent and reliable. For Ashley Coleman, it's been highs and lows. And he's just got to make sure he does the damage when the highs are on, because I expect there's going to be a dip somewhere. And this is probably going to get tight and edgy in a few moments. I expect a few misses.
Sam Mulliner from our commentary team, who we just mentioned there, he knows Derek very well, good friend of his, played in the same darts teams together and things like that. And he said, didn't he, that the semi-final would be the one for Derek Coulson. If he gets over the semi, he thinks he'll win it. Was that where his scar tissue was? And do you think now that both players are going into this final without any of that?
You could clearly see the relief from Derek Coulson at getting through, but It's only relief now he's got the opportunity. It's one more game, and I do think we'll see the best from him. But I also think with Ashley Coleman, as much as he's such a darts fan, as much as he's so passionate about the sport, as much as it means so much to him, I actually see him going up there and enjoying this game a lot more than Derek Coulson. This is a reward now for Ashley Coleman for all the hard work he's done, for the weekly win, to get to this stage. Some people lose in the final and walk away and it hurts them, and they go away and it grates on them for a while. I think Ashley Coleman will walk off that stage happy regardless of the result, and proud.
It's all been building up to this seemingly all week, and I will ask you one more time. You've stayed stubborn. Are you still staying stubborn? Is it Coulson's time? He has won the bull, by the way, I should say that.
I think that's key as well. I think that's a huge thing to take note of as well, because the advantage of throw has been really important tonight. Most people who throw first have won. If it goes to a last leg shootout 3-3, you'd back Coulson with the darts. I've got to stick with Coulson.
There we go. Henry Deacon is in position. He's about to get the players on the stage. A Series 14 Champions Week final is Coulson versus Coleman.
Put himself in the series final. It's double turn. It is there, and he is there. Coleman dismantles Scott Robertson. Champions Night semi-finalist Coulson returns 3 darts in hand, and it is third time lucky. He is into his first series final.
This is it. This is the main event. It's time for the final here at Champions Week 14 of the Modus Super Series. We're coming to you live on Pluto TV from the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's toe the hockey and let's meet the finalists. Firstly, could you please welcome a Modus Super Series legend into his first major final. He's a 6-time weekly winner, a champion on the Challenge Tour. Is this time, his time, is DC Derek Coulson! And now let's meet his opponent. Also into his first major final. He's a Challenge Tour quarter-finalist. He is the champion of the ADC East of England. Is this the fairy tale ending for the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman?
Well, this is the match, but it's a rematch of a rematch of a rematch. These two have already met 4 times in 6 days this week, 2 wins each, and Derek Coulson won the last one just a few hours ago in Group 1. The win that meant nobody in Group 1 could be separated, and the pair of them had to then contest a 9-dart shootout. The 58-year-old Derek Coulson has finally made it. He's won his Champions Night semi-final 4-2 against the impressive Henry Coates, and now he stands on the precipice of cementing that name as a real live lounge legend. He may be shooting to be the king, but so is the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman. The 29-year-old who spent most of his darting life in Suffolk pub leagues and county darts and won his first title of note just a few weeks ago in this building. £25,000. We've completed 13 series. One more is about to be completed, and the 13th name will be on the honours board. Luke Littler, of course, winning it twice. To join the League of Legends, will it be Coulson? Will it be Coleman? It is time to find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Sam Molyneux.
£25,000 on the line, but truth be told, I don't think either player are thinking about that right now. They are just thinking about having their name etched on that trophy, which is on the left-hand side of the stage, as you see there. Luke Littler, his name is on it twice.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Jack Drayton's reign is about to come to an end.
Game on.
Hold on to your hats, because here we go. Coulson winning the bull.
Could be key.
140.
Could be key. Allows him to get out there and attack. Try and lead from the front. Try and show his experience and put Ashley Coleman under pressure.
180.
For Ashley Coleman, flip it the other way round. It gives him the chance to come out and attack. Try and get that early breaker throw.
What we've learned from Ashley Coleman this week is that nothing phases him. The 9-dart shootout didn't phase him.
140.
Yeah, I think he's going to enjoy this game a lot more than Derek Coulson. Derek Coulson's had the eyes on him all week. He's been the favourite all week. The big favourite in whatever he has done on the dartboard here at Champions Week. And Ashley Coleman, as I alluded to earlier on, I think it's going to come off that stage a very proud man, regardless of what the result here is. And I think he's just going to enjoy this match.
127.
And how can you not enjoy playing like this?
What an incredible opening leg this is. Coulson having to take out 86 for a maximum of a 12-dart leg just to hold the knee opener. Just one dart at the
61.
ball, and once again, such as it was in his semi-final, it's green and not red. Coleman, double 10,
34.
doesn't take his chance.
Derek, you require 25.
Early relief for Derek Coulson. You may say it's just the opening leg, but in these short format games, they're all key and crucial.
Game shot on the first leg. Derek Coulson.
Earlier on this evening,
Second leg, Ashley 2 for
the right of throwing first in the opening leg proved crucial. That is what forced us to the 9-dart shootout in the first place. It really is incredible that the series champion would have had to have survived a 9-dart shootout on Champions Night. Penny for the thoughts of Jack Aldridge, who has been sensational here this week.
100. $60.
All night, we have mentioned that Derek Coulson has not been at his best, but he has found a way to get to this final. We have been waiting for the very best of Derek Coulson to arrive, and the early part of this game is looking like we are going to that direction. This has been a blistering start for Derek Coulson.
98.
Ashley Coleman just got to stay in the game in regards to the scoreboard, because you would imagine there is going to be opportunities present themselves somewhere. This will be the biggest prize check of their careers.
57.
You're absolutely right, and that is even with Coulson being a winner on the Challenge Tour this year.
140.
Coleman still in free flow. Locked together at 2 apiece on the head-to-head, but you do just give Coleman the edge as he won the 9-dart shootout. Coulson
100.
getting
Ashley
second.
require 146. 57. Derek, you require 144.
Shots like this can often define a player, can define a final. It's Not going to define Derek Coulson on this occasion.
140.
Won his week against Tommy Morris with an 89. Needs the ball.
64.
And much like Coulson in the opener, it's green and not
Derek,
red.
you require 4.
Derek is back for 2 twos for a break.
Game shot in second now.
It's
Derek
in there,
Coulson.
right in the bottom corner.
Third leg, Derek to throw first. Game on.
Coulson is already halfway to his darting destiny.
Ashley Coleman just getting a little bit fidgety now. Wanting to crack on with things, and that's where the pace of the game may not suit. You can just see him looking at his darts, just pitter-pattering side to side, wanting to get to the oche to try and put things right. But Derek Coulson will not be rushed. And the pace of this game could start to become key. You just see him there swaying in the background. He wants to get on with things.
Very fidgety, isn't
125.
he? Coulson plodding along.
134.
That's fantastic by Coleman.
Oh yeah, it's clearly unsettled, but it's not affecting the performance in any way.
No, absolutely not. He's averaging just shy of a level ton, is Coleman.
45.
And there is that opening.
There's always going to be many
81.
chances present themselves. But that one wayward dart, 1 out of 9, and that just means he's not down to a finish as of yet, and Coulson's still holding that advantage of throw. I'd like to see a 19s here.
100.
I would have preferred the 19 shot there. Even the single 132 significantly easier than 131.
Well, he's treated you once tonight
100.
with champagne. You wanted more.
Derek, you require 131.
Again, Coleman. He's always there or thereabouts. And he's going to get a shot at the 86 for an instant break back.
91. Ashley, you require 86.
Again, it's a shot at the ball.
41.
It's still not there in the
Derek,
centre of the
you require
board.
40.
The Prince of Darkness can't find that magical red button in the middle. Tops for Coulson. That could be tricky. Double tennis, and
Derek Coulson.
he's a leg away.
Fourth
I
leg, Ashley to
100% agree with you there,
Game
Sam.
on.
I think dart 2 was the best thing that happened there for Coulson. Give him an open target. The way his darts lie, that
60.
tops was blocked. And instead of having to try and squeeze it into one of the corners, the miss was best.
But, again, a word of caution.
96.
Just as I gave you that caution in Coulson's semi-final against Coates, cast your minds back to the Series 13 series final. Jack
125.
Drayton raced into a 3-0 lead. And yet, Drayton had to survive a championship dart from Steve Green.
Some real credit needs to be put on the name of Ashley Coleman as well. When that big 5 went in
96.
after the 60 of the first throw, you do start to wonder and think, has his race run? Then finds a couple of big trebles.
140.
He will battle till the very end.
Coulson showing no signs of cracking under pressure at the moment.
131.
He's disappointed he couldn't find that 25-or ball.
But the scores are very similar here, just 2 points separating the pair.
100.
But it was much more important for Coleman. He's the one playing with pressure. Coulson right now, a little bit of freedom. He knows he's got more time to come back to more situations like this. And we know he's got the patience. Won't panic and want to get the job
48.
done early. And I like that play.
Ashley requires
Leaves it
76.
handy.
Tops for Coleman.
56. Derek, you require 130.
Could finish it, could win it with the little fish. Can he put one over the top? He cannot. So Coleman will
100.
return to stay in this final.
20.
He has to find double 10. Plenty of space,
Game
plenty of room for
shoulder
manoeuvre, and he is underway.
Fifth
But
leg,
this is the
Derek
leg
to throw
for
first.
DC.
Game on.
It's one of those things, isn't it? We look at it and go, it's such a short format, you can turn around so quickly, but for Coleman, it'll still feel a long way away from being able to get to that trophy, especially now with Coulson kicking off with a couple of big power trebles. Coleman got to keep pace.
60.
The impetus now on Coulson is to back up that sizable opening score. Hasn't been taking chances
100.
with the frequency we have come to expect from Coulson in this building this week. He has shown fragility.
36.
He has shown chinks in the impregnable armoury that is Derek Coulson.
But this has been textbook. 2 trebles in the opening visit, then just one a throw, and it completely renders Ashley Coleman irrelevant in the tie.
59.
Has to be a max. Has to fill it up here. Oh, that's inviting, isn't it? That is so inviting.
135.
Almost a perfect visit. It does bring Coleman back into the equation. Coulson looking to leave it handy. But as the finish line approaches, will we see those jitters that just
85.
creeped in against Henry Coates? It was Coates that faltered more than Coulson striding towards the finish line.
100.
Coleman
Derek, you require
sits on the big fish.
122.
Coulson looking at 18s. How's he going to find the treble? He really does want to stay there, but you've not got a lot of the target to work with.
56.
Felt as though he had no
Actually
choice.
require 170.
Coleman can't reel it in. Could this be
58.
Derek Coulson's crowning
Derek, you
glory?
require 66.
Gets the treble. 2 championship darts at double 12. Double 6 for Destiny. It's there! That's the way to finish it! And the man who shows no emotion at all has absolutely exploded into life. It's Derek Coulson who has achieved his crowning glory, his darting destiny. He is the new Modus Super Series champion, and he is the Super Series GOAT. You cannot argue with it. It's Coulson with a 91 average that has dispatched Ashley Coleman, who has been magnificent here this week. But it's Derek Coulson's time. It is Derek Coulson's moment in the sun.
Wow, yeah, Derek Coulson getting a win. He's worked so hard for that, hasn't he? It has not been smooth at all this week. A man who once won all 15 games in Group A, the only man to do that, couldn't win Group A this week. Ashley Coleman did that by beating Derek Coulson, but he gets his revenge in the sweetest possible way, a 4-1 win in the final to become the Modus Super Series champion. Coulson is your winner, and he's on stage talking to Henry.
Well, 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 Derek Coulson at long, long last. Destiny fulfilled. You said that if you never came away here with a Champions Week, you said you would have failed here. You've done everything you possibly could. You're finally the Super Series champion. Just put into words, if you can, how you feel right now.
Lucky, I suppose. I mean, I'm a consistent player. level, but I was up and down all week. Played some great stuff, played some shocking stuff. 9-dart challenge, I never wanted to be involved in a 9-dart challenge, and I almost blew that because I forgot about going for the 25 to the last second. Yeah, I'm not going to cry. But it means so much to me. And I've put a lot of work in. I love this place. All my mates there supporting me. And everybody else, you know, it's not just my mates. I've had amazing support when I've come down here. The people down here have really, really supported me so well. Yeah, to pick up this trophy means so much. And it's not about the money, it's just winning the Champions Week. I will take the money though. But,
We'll talk about the achievement in a second, but let's talk about the night in particular, the 9-dart shootout. Just tell us what that was like. And then once you got past that, kind of how do you then reconfigure yourself to get into that semi-final?
I mean, I won the ball and I chose second place. I thought, I don't want to be third, I don't want to be chasing two people. I think it was Scott Taylor that actually said second's the best. You know, you're only chasing one person then. So to get through that was a big relief. And then I'd like to say I could relax, but I was then playing Henry. He's superb. I rate him so much. He's such a class player. He really is. And I honestly felt that if he beat me, he would go on to win it. He's been amazing. I love him to bits, and you know, I'm just glad I can get one now before he takes over.
We spoke about the semi-final hurdle in the past. Once you got past that, what was your thinking, your belief when you got into that final against Ashley?
Just relax and play the game. I didn't want to put pressure on myself. Lucky enough, Ash was missing darts and he was letting me off. And then I thought, right, take advantage of this. And when I got 3 up, I thought, okay, I've got two more games with the throw, and just keep them straight. And lucky enough, that's what happened.
Well, Ashley, many congratulations on a fantastic campaign. We'll have a chat in just a second there, but first of all, a round of applause for your Super Series 14 runner-up, the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman. But for you, Derek, Sam Mulliner, who I know is a good friend of yours, he's watching from the studio.
He's not really. He's just, we just play darts together. I wouldn't say he's a friend.
He's watching from the studio up top. He called you, in describing that winning dart, the Super Series GOAT. Do you feel like the GOAT now?
No, not at all. I think there's only one, and that's Luke Littler. I mean, how many series did he do? 3 and he won 2? Yeah, no. I'm not a GOAT at all. It's, I just love playing darts. I love the people that play darts. I love the fans that watch the darts. Yeah, it means so much, and thank you very much, everybody.
Couple more from me. Now you've had a few moments to kind of sink in the magnitude of finally winning it, and we've probably spoken for about a year how it's felt like it's your destiny to finally lift one of these. What's it going to feel like now you can say, whatever happens, you are a series champion?
Yeah, is Neil still there? Is Neil, where? Oh, that's why he's gone then. Yeah, he knew what was coming. But I can now say I can match Scott Taylor because he's a legend as well, absolute legend of a guy. What a talent he is as well. But I want the next one now.
Retention?
Yeah, I'm going to go for it.
And just finally, we talk so much about the next generation of the sport, and we talk about what the youngsters do. But are you an example that it doesn't matter how old you are, it doesn't matter what your journey is, that at any point you can still take up this sport and you can still be successful in this sport?
100%. I think I'm a perfect example of anybody that wants to play darts. If they think, oh, there's too many youngsters around, I can't take the game up now. Yes, you can. You can play any age, if starting at 30, 40. Oh, I've always played darts, but I never took it seriously until I was pretty much in my 50s. And here I am now. So I think I'm an example to anybody out there. Work hard, and that's all I've done is practice. I've got great people behind me who I play with, a great team, and they push me all the time. You know, if you want to go for it, do it. Just go for it.
Wise words, wise words. Derek, this is it. This is your moment. I'm just going to hold you there for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a fantastic 13 weeks here. 144 players came, but there can only be one Modus Super Series champion. For the very first time in his career, collecting a cheque for £25,000 as we crown him the Modus Super Series 14 champion, DC Derek Coulson!
Well, what a moment, an emotional one for Derek Coulson, and I'm happy to say that that emotion is shared in the studio tonight. Up with me now is our commentator on that final without any bias whatsoever. Did a fantastic job, Sam Mulliner. Look, we've referenced it. You're good friends with Derek, aren't you? And
Yep.
I know this is a special moment for you to be here for as well.
It is, and I'm glad you said that I wasn't biased, because Ashley Coleman has been absolutely superb here this week, and he's an absolute superstar. But I first met Derek back in 2012, and the first time I met him was at a Super League game, and weirdly, he was playing with all of my mates, and I was playing for some team in Telford. And when I first met him, nice guy, average 19, one dart average, nothing special, good guy, see you next week. And he got the bug, and he has worked so hard for over a decade now. And to see the growth and the progression in his game, to be an absolute monster in this building, it's an absolute joy to witness. At 58 years of age, he's aging like a fine wine. He is only getting better. He will tell you he's lazy. But he's not. He has worked so hard at his game, especially in those early years. I remember when his dream was just to get, maybe sneak into Shropshire B. But look at him now. He's a champion. He's amongst the elite of the amateurs. He's going to be on the Pro Tour for the next 2 years, at least from 2027. I can't even begin to tell you. Now I've got the commentary out of the way and I can, be a little bit biased now. I can't begin to tell you how proud I am of him.
Yeah. Man, you're going to be able to tell him in a moment, because he's making
I'm not
his
telling
way.
him to his face, absolutely not.
He is making his way up to the studio. Just on the night in general, but the week in general, it hasn't looked easy, has it?
No, it's been mad. It has been crazy. This is the worst he's probably played in a Champions Week. But it's not about the journey, it's been about the destination. We've seen how tough it is to win a Group A in Champions Week and then go on and do it for Champions Night. And the way he's been able to battle through at times. And let's not forget, he didn't get a win on Wednesday. He lost every single game. We've not seen that from him before. We didn't know about his bounce back ability. It was incredible.
Yeah, certainly was. He is making his way up to the studio now. Look, before he gets in here, well, actually, I can hear him come around the corner. So
We
let's
always
not
hear
do
him
that.
arrive, yeah.
Yes, Derek Coulson, the Series 14 champion, is entering live, and your good pal Sam's here. I'm going to let you have a moment. Really nice to see. Derek, you've done it. Congratulations. Well done. Let me shake your hand as well. Superb stuff. But I think I'm just going to sort of sit to the side a minute and let Sam speak to you and ask you the first couple of questions.
You've been rubbish this week.
Yeah, I think it's the worst I've played in the Champions Week.
I couldn't agree more.
And I've just scraped through. I did, before I came out today, I'm thinking, you don't have to play your best. Just win the important legs and important shots, like Ashley had done all week. Yeah, he got to the final, but he wasn't the best player all week. For me, Henry was the best player all week. But you've just got to take those moments when they come around and big shots. So, yeah, nearly pulled a muscle as well. My shoulders are, shouldn't have done that. But, yeah, over the moon, I'm lost for words.
We've spoke about it before, though, especially after the last time on a Champions Night, where, you breeze through Group A, as you always seem to do, but Saturday night was always different. It's like it just got to you a little bit. But maybe having to face that adversity earlier on in the week, especially after Wednesday, where you look shattered. Normally, when we're both here, we would hang out at least one evening. We haven't at all this week because you've been shattered.
Yeah, I was tired Wednesday. I just didn't have any sleep, and I'm not going to use this as an excuse. I still had darts of doubles, and I just didn't hit them. So it wasn't if I was nowhere. I just didn't hit the doubles, and people took advantage of that. And in the Champions Week, the players that are in that room, you can't afford to keep missing, and those players will take advantage of that. But I was just so pleased just to get to the Saturday. I felt like it was an achievement just to get to the Saturday. But then I knew everyone's in the same position now. Everybody wants this. Nobody's going to relax and just play their best. It's all about who takes the chances when they come around.
Last question from me, if I may, Murph. Now that you've won £25,000, any chance of a tenner?
I'll buy you a peri chicken.
Oh, you're too kind.
Probably more than a tenner. Good deal, that.
Was it? All right, peri chips.
Derek, look, all the other Champions Weeks you've made it through to the semi-final defeats. What has it been like that? Because you never know if you're going to get the opportunity to play in the final. What has it been like thinking about getting there? And has that been in your mind at all this week?
A little bit, yeah. And when, even though I got through the 9-dart shootout, which I never ever wanted to play in, when it came, I mean, obviously I was glad to win 4-3 to get to the 9-dart shootout, but I didn't really want to play in it. But then I was playing Henry, and I rate him so highly, and I was thinking, this against the darts, this is going to be tough, because if he kicks in straight away, I'm just going to be chasing him all the time. But lucky enough, he didn't get going. So to get through that semi-final, then I was thinking, not a free shot, but first time I've made the final, so just relax and try and enjoy it.
And to be fair, Sam had been saying that to us guys. If he gets through the semi, then that's the one. The semi-final was going to be on. Is that how it felt to you?
Yeah. What I was thinking about in the back room was the week I won. The semi was, I played poorly in the semi for whatever reason, nerves or whatever it was, but in the final I played great. So in the back room I was thinking, same again, just relax and just play darts. And if he plays better than you, then shake his hand and move on. But I felt like I could do it, and lucky enough I did.
I know you love coming here. When you looked out there, all your friends and your teammates, Sam up here, what does this place mean to you?
Oh, it's huge. And it, as much as having my mates here and obviously having Sam here as well is amazing, but the support I had in there tonight is phenomenal. And I get it every time. I think everybody wanted me to win one. So to finally get one, hopefully they don't stop supporting me now. I've won one, but yeah, every time I hit a score, it felt like the whole place was celebrating. So it just drove me on. It was amazing, and I absolutely love it. The atmosphere in here is great. There's the odd shout, but it doesn't really matter. They're all here for one reason: to watch the good darts.
This place has made him, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it just goes to show that good guys can win. That's why he gets the support, because he's genuine. Brilliant with the academies when you've been here on Saturday nights before. Giving the medals away, I don't think you'll get that medal away from your neck.
This one's not going anywhere. This one's staying with me.
but it goes to show that's why he's acquiring a fan base now. And he's, I mean, back in the day, Ian Pallett is looking down on you, and he will be so proud. David Pallett's dad, who's sadly no longer with us, who was a big influence in getting him into the county set up in Shropshire to begin with.
Yes. Yeah, Ian Pallett was an amazing guy. I still love him to bits now. And Dave as well. There's a lot of people that have helped me along the way. But my game has changed since I first stepped through this door. First week I came, Group C, finished third, and I thought that was my chance gone. And lucky enough, I got an invite back to the next series, won that week, and then it's just snowballed from there. And every time I walk through the door, I love walking through this door. It's just an amazing place to play darts. And I said in the interview, the players I've played against have been incredible, but you guys, you look after the players so well. We feel so at home here. And I've always said it, if you can't play your best darts here, then I don't think you could play your best darts anywhere.
Well, look, you've given us all plenty of wonderful moments to watch as well. That trophy now belongs to you as well, Derek. Are you going to watch it back? Because you've got this guy on commentary in the final.
My voice squeaked when you won it.
As bad as Henry? Or?
Get in there.
I will watch it back, yeah. I mean, I didn't watch yesterday's back.
You watch this moment back now, that's you lifting the trophy. What was the feeling at that point?
I can't really explain it. You know, obviously I was looking to the guys that are always there supporting me, but you look at Scott Robertson and Henry, boy, they're such good guys and good players. Yeah, it's elation, to be honest, you know, to have the likes of Steve West in there, a legend of the game as well, Scott Taylor, legend in here as well. And they stayed to support me, congratulate me, and that means a lot. It really does mean a hell of a lot.
Well, you've picked up some bragging rights, as you mentioned, down on the stage. And Sam, Henry mentioned it to you, called you the Super Series GOAT. You said, no, that's Luke Littler. But there's still another series this year before you maybe go off to other adventures. You could get a second.
Maybe, but I think, like Jack Drayton coming back, I think it's probably harder to try and back it up after you've won one. But I will come back and I will enjoy myself when I come back, and I can't wait again to get back.
Congratulations, Derek.
Thanks,
Sam,
Chris.
look, you've done a fantastic job as well. You always find the right words at the right time, so just give us a sentence to sum up what this man has achieved.
Just from next to nothing, at the age you are, where we've spoke about it before, time is an issue. But you just keep on finding a way to get better and better and better. And the boys on the Pro Tour now know what you're about, and they know you are a threat.
Yeah, again, I don't think I've played my best at all this week.
No, but you've lifted the trophy.
What I've learned is to fight more than I've ever have done. And I think I proved it tonight, that I just battled away. So that's something I can take, as much as taking a trophy, it's just incredible, and I probably won't sleep tonight after this. But what it'll give me is that belief now that I can not only just play good darts, I can fight as well.
Well, one thing we know about this place is it never sleeps. There's always more darts around the corner, and the action is getting back underway on Monday morning with Double Trouble. Double start, double finish. Neil Duff and Steve West were here tonight. They'll be here on Monday morning as well, along with Scott Mitchell, Robert Thornton, Richie Bennett, and a former series champion, Derek's fellow series champion in Andreas Harrison. Fallon Sherrick, Simon Whitlock and Steve Lennon make up Group B, and Richie Howson joins Keegan Brown and Scott Campbell in Group C. It is going to be carnage, so make sure you are tuned in from 9:30 on Monday morning. And there is plenty coming up to keep you entertained between now and then. Right after the show, I meet another legend. Bobby George went to his house and had a grand tour, even involved a stair lift, that one, so do make sure you have a look at that. That's coming up right after the live action this evening. Tomorrow afternoon, a Tungsten talk with another great, John Henderson, here at the Super Series. Richie Bennett in action, as mentioned, on Monday morning as Double Trouble gets underway. That should be a lot of fun. And the finals night is going to take place at the normal time of 7:30 next Saturday. That will all be live and free, as always, on Pluto TV. But in the end, after 144 players came at the start of Series 14, the man who many thought could, many thought should, even many thought would go on and win it, has done it in the end. Derek Coulson finally wins the big one. DC is your Modus Super Series champion.
Double 16, and Ashley Coleman is up.
If he doesn't get this 92, he could be eliminated. Attacks it.
Game
and
shot.
Gets double 16 to keep himself in with a chance.
3 match starts, he's missed one already for a 9-dart shootout. That's where we're going. Group 1 of Champions Night goes to a 9-dart shootout.
Gets Coates up and running. Look, he's still got another game to come against Henry Coates. He's probably going to have to win it and win it big. Double 18 for Scott Robertson to
Game
wrap
shot.
it up with an
And a
11
match.
dart
Scott.
leg.
Game shot.
Because
and
he
a
has
match.
been
Henry
brutalised by Henry Coe. Here is where Coulson's Champions Night could be won or lost.
100.
Oh, and Coleman, he joins
That
him.
concludes your 9-dart challenge.
It's Jack Aldridge that has been eliminated. Aldridge is going home to put himself in a series final. It's double turn. It
Game
is
shot.
there, and he is
Ashley
there.
Coleman.
Champions Night semi-finalist Coulson returns 3 darts in hand, and
Game
it
shot.
is
And
third
a
time
match.
lucky. He is into his first series final. Gets the treble, 2 championship darts at double 12, double 6 for Destiny. It's there! That's the way to finish it!